Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Tallahassee City Commission. It is Wednesday, November 8th. It's 3:02 in the afternoon. We have a full agenda, so let's get started. First and foremost, it's my honor and privilege to introduce Father Sean Knox of Blessed Sacrament Catholic Church, who will be providing the invocation. Father, thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please stand for the invocation.
If you so wish, please join me in prayer. Almighty God, in all the earth, there is no greater nation than the United States of America. Your blessing has caused her to be that city shining on a hill, bringing the truth of freedom and liberty to the world. But it has not been without cost. The price has been paid in blood for the cause of independence and the freedoms we all so often take for granted. This week we celebrate Veterans Day. We ask that you create in us an infinite desire to walk in the hallowed, bloody footprints of Valley Forge, the blood-soaked sands of Normandy's beaches, and on the jungle trails of Tarawa and Okinawa, down the frozen footpaths of Korea and across the danger-ridden rice paddies of Vietnam, from Afghanistan to Iraq, and wherever else men and women stand ready to lay down their lives to save ours. Lord, give us the courage to defend, the will to win, and the stamina to stay the course. It is only through your power that we can ever desire to be great. Finally, we ask you to bless every man and woman today who have served to protect the freedoms that we all share as a nation. And we ask this in your most heavenly and divine name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Father Knox, once again, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly do appreciate it, and look forward to seeing you again soon. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Manager, we are going to have a great meeting today. I'd like to start off all the meetings the same way, by encouraging everyone, my colleagues and everyone from the public that's here today, let's act accordingly, let's treat each other with civility, and let's show the world that is watching on TV how it is done appropriately. With that, do we have any agenda modifications, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We've got a number of them.
Okay.
Item 10.01 was added to your material. Item 8.06 has been pulled from consent and renumbered as item 901. And then a number of items that are on your agenda for introduction of ordinance were considered at the Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Commission meeting last night. We've updated that material to reflect their votes on those. Those are items 1101, 1103, 1104, 1105, 1106, and 1107. Again, there was action on those items by the Planning Commission last night, and we've updated the materials you have to reflect their action. And then finally, item 1202, as we have finalized the details, that's the 50 years, that's the city's support of the 50 years of hip-hop concert contributions. As we have finalized our details, we have updated the city's in-kind support to reflect the entirety of that and revised our recommended action based on that. Again, that's item 1202.
Okay. All right, colleagues, any questions on the agenda as presented? Seeing none, we'll move forward. We have no presentations this evening. We have no announcements to come before the City Commission. Let me remind the public we do have a public hearing scheduled for 6 o'clock. So we will move forward. It is my intentions, colleagues, to try to take a little bit of a break between general business and the public hearing, but we'll see how it goes, and we're going to maximize our time together. We are on number 7, appearances by other appointed boards and governing boards, 7.01. It's my honor to introduce Mr. Dwight Floyd, the Independent Ethics Officer, who will provide the Independent Ethics Board 2023 annual report with the chair. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, City Commission members, appointed officials, members of city employees and staff, and other guests. To our special guest today, welcome when I was in high school, I high jumped, and I won the state high jump. What a lot of people don't know is that this gentleman jumped 6 foot, 6'11". Was that it? Most of you probably don't know that. He doesn't know that he was one of my aspirations when I was in high school. Why are we here? The ordinance says that the independent ethics officer shall include an evaluation and report on the effectiveness of these training programs as part of the annual ethics report presented to the City Commission. Every time this year, we try to give a presentation to the commission. You should have a copy of this. If you don't have a copy, please raise your hand, and Ms. Tasker Leverson Green is here to provide it. She has a few for the audience if you want to get them from her, and I'll let you know that this is her work. I can't take credit for this. This is Ms. Leverson Green's work. And I want to start off by saying thank you to you all because some months ago, I was trying to appoint her in the position, and I did the incredulous thing of asking you all to improve a part-time position and turn it into a full-time position. And some of my friends who are directors have made it clear to me that that wasn't supposed to pass. But you saw fit to make that happen, so thank you, because I needed the help. And she's been a good addition. If you look at the report, and we'll begin on the first page. You will see our values, and I think we have our own set of values, and it speaks to how we approach our work. We try to do it with integrity, honesty, commitment, excellence, and respect. Every time I give a training, I talk about respect, and I tell the employees what I mean by respect, and I had the opportunity to speak to every new employee and provide training, and this is what I begin with. And my message to them is that we should all respect each other, and I tell them that, to me, what that means is that we treat people with equal value. So I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager, but I tell them that even if all they do is sweep or empty the trash, they're just as important as the city manager. Oh, yeah. Now, I tell them they don't make the same kind of money, and, and they laugh. But, you know, if they don't believe me, I tell them, stop emptying the trash. Stop washing the bus. Stop cleaning the buses. Stop vacuuming the floors and see what happens. And then you'll find out how important you are and who you're important to. So that's the way we start out our training, and that's our approach to how we do our work. We try to be unbiased. We have 7 board members. We have 1 vacancy. I don't see him here today. There he is. We have 1 person who recently resigned. He served this commission for a number of years, and we will be thanking him at the next board meeting, and that's Mr. Ernie Payne. We appreciate the time he served and the dedication that he gave to it. So we'll be looking for you all to fill that position with another dedicated and passionate individual who has respect for what we do. With our board, we have Chair Carlos Ray, and he will be speaking in a moment. He is the general counsel for the Senate. We have Kristen Coster, who has a professional medical background. Rika Calhoun, who is the compliance and ethics officer with Florida A&M University. Patrick Kelly, who is a 3 times over retired chief of police. Adam Commissar, who owns his own attorney firm. And recently, we added attorney Robert Large from FSU. So we have a very able, independent, and professional board. And our staff, as you know, I'm the executive director and ethics officer. And usually when I tell people I have 2 titles, I have to tell them, don't be impressed. That just means I work hard. We're a small group, We have Administrative Assistant Tasker Leverson Green, and then we have John Reed, who is a contracted attorney. Our emphasis for this past fiscal year has been maintaining a culture of accountability. We emphasize three things. First, modeling behavior that you expect of others. Second, hold oneself accountable. And third, hold others accountable. And in simple language, that means that if you see something, report it. Don't ignore violations of the ethics code because that's the same as participating. When one person violates the ethics code, they make all of us look bad. And what's important to us is public trust. And I say us because that includes me, and that includes the board. And so that's been our message throughout the year. We'll add to that message as we move forward in the year to come. Training has been an important emphasis, and you'll see me doing a lot of thank yous. We created and delivered to all 3,000 plus employees an online course, and we heard very positive responses from it. And on page 3, you will see where I attempted to recognize the employees, and we call them subject matter experts. Subject matter experts simply mean the people who do the work. You can write training on anything in the world, but in order for it to be relatable and relevant, it's important that city employees be involved. So I attempted to recognize, and I want to thank Denise Hart of Human Resources and Workforce Development for her contribution as the primary editor. She read everything, she gave advice, she edited the material. Kathleen Wright of Diversity and Inclusion, she also edited and critiqued the training. We knew what we wanted to emphasize, but I had a hard time conceptualizing it until I had a conversation with William Rob Pace in the Inspector General's office, and he understood clearly what we wanted to do, and he was the person who introduced the Queens of Hearts video that we shared with everyone on the young lady who stole $54 million from the little town of Dixon, where Ronald Reagan grew up. He helped conceptualize the training that everyone got year-long. We needed for it to be legally correct. So Deputy City Attorney Amy Tolman and the board's attorney John Reed assisted with ensuring that it was legally sufficient. Then Ashanti Pettis in Housing and Resilience, an administrative specialist, Tasker Leverson Green, they both gave suggestions and gave real-life scenarios that help make the training relevant. And if that wasn't enough, then the interim director and his team in workforce and development, they field tested the course before everyone else received it. So it may have seemed like it was just a simple process of putting the course together and putting it out there, but it was many hours of work, and there was a lot of your staff that made it happen. And so I wanted to recognize them and give them my thanks, and hopefully your thanks. The training, like I said, we trained new employees. In addition to all of that, we also had the pleasure of providing an ethics training to the future, what do you call it? You know what I'm talking about? Say it loudly. Thank you. He was speaking proudly because that's his program. Okay. We had the pleasure of presenting to them, and on page 12, you will see pictures from that training. It was a great program. They're great kids. They're brilliant kids. We had one kid in there. We did an exercise teaching collaboration, and we asked the kids to create their own company, their own auto company, and it could be, the cars could run on water, air, anything. And we had this one kid that started giving us all this scientific stuff about skid marks and acceleration, and it was serious, it was real. But people who were shy came out of their shyness, people worked together who had never worked together, and they were proud to make their presentations one by one. And it was a fun class, but they learned about the organizational values within the city of Tallahassee, and they learned about ethics. So it was a good experience. Probably the most challenging thing in all the things we do is the campaign contribution refund, which is etched in the city charter. And yes, you may recall with that program, the city gives a refund up to $25 to individuals who contribute to a candidate, regardless of who that candidate is. And we're talking about candidates running for city office. That is, it's challenging for a number of reasons, but we've taken on that challenge and we are meeting it head on. The idea is to give voice to people who don't normally have a voice, because in the way things work in America, in our society, big money talks. And sometimes it gets in the way of people who don't have big money, gets in the way of them being heard. And this program is its intent to give everybody an equal seat at the table. If you only have $25, if you only have $10, you can give it, you can get it back. And the hope is that it will receive some attention from that person running for the office, and they will value that person. So we're going to continue to try to run that program. When it comes to complaints, we received 47 complaints. We investigated, I believe it was 3 or 4. In every case, we did not find probable cause, and we dismissed it. So none of you are guilty of anything. That's the bottom line. We have not found anything bad to say, so I don't have anything bad to say about any of you, because we've done our due diligence, we've been thorough, we've been honest, and what I say to everyone is trust the process, because the process will be thorough, fair, and honest. As far as the budget go, the charter requires that the city fund the ethics office, even though it is independent of the city. And you have done well to do that. At the end of the budget year, we had about $77,000 of that left, and probably about 38 of that is what we actually control. The others are in areas that we don't control, such as salaries and built-in maintenance and things of that nature. So I feel that we did a good job of maintaining the budget. We maintain a strategic plan, and I think that's important to any government organization or any nonprofit. We plan 3 years out. We update it every year, and we plan 3 years out. So if you want to know what we're up to, because we're not just sitting around training and investigating, we actually have a plan that we go by every year. So if you really want to know what we're up to, you can look at our strategic plan. You can see what we're doing for the new fiscal year and what we envision for 3 years out. And I would say the driving force behind that plan is what ethics is all about. It is to promote the idea that as public servants, we are of the people, for the benefit of the people, and not for the benefit of those who govern in their name. I'm a public servant, you're a public servant, all those people sitting over there are public servants, and our aim is to represent everybody else, as opposed to selfishly representing ourselves. So that's our driving force as far as our strategic plan is concerned. We continue to offer advisory opinions, and our aim our aim is to keep people out of trouble. It's not to catch people in trouble or to get people in trouble. It's to keep people out of trouble. The advisory opinions, our whole purpose there is that people can call us and ask us before they do something, and we can advise them legally with regard to the ethics code on what they can and can't do so they don't get caught in something. And we continue to get questions. We answer those questions, and we post them on our website where everyone can see them and make use of them. That's pretty much a summary of what's in this book, except for the wonderful pictures. There's a wonderful picture of me in this book, and pictures of the board members and staff. So I invite you to look at it. I invite people in the audience, if you want a copy of it, just let Tasker know she has some with her. You feel free to come by our office. I suggest you make an appointment because we're in and out of the office. But we're here to serve and nothing else. Any questions with regard to the advisory report before I go to the other part?
Any questions for Mr. Floyd at this time? Seeing none.
Thank you for your ear. The second part, and I invite the chair of the board, Mr. Carlos Ray, to come forward. He just stepped out for a moment from working with the Senate, and he's going to do this and run back over to the Capitol. So I guess you could say he's an important man. But he's here to help us today and talk about whistleblower protection. As you may recall, we came to you in January of 2022. You gave us some homework, and we did that homework, and we're back today respectfully to present it and hear from you. So, Mr. Ray.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, City staff, distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Ray, and I've had the honor and responsibility of serving as the City of Tallahassee Independent Ethics Board's chair for the last 3 years. When the Independent Ethics Board was established in 2014 through a charter amendment, we were given the duty and responsibilities to provide training, to provide advisory opinions, to investigate matters of ethics complaints, and also to recommend policies and referendums for the city to consider that will advance and push forward the ethics code of the City of Tallahassee. And that's what I'm here to discuss today. We're asking the City of Tallahassee Commission to include and consider including in the upcoming referendum a charter amendment that will allow the Independent Ethics Board to serve as a local official to deal with whistleblower complaints. Currently, the Inspector General handles whistleblower complaints when it deals with staff, but there is a gap when it comes to dealing with whistleblower complaints against elected officials and their staff. We're asking that in upcoming referendum, which I know you're considering a charter a review and amendment to the charter, that we include in there a referendum that allows the City Independent Ethics Board to serve as that local official to deal with any whistleblower complaints that may be filed against the city elected officials and their staff. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we have one speaker on this item.
Great.
Stanley Sims. Mr. Sims is aware, but for the public who may not be, speakers will have 3 minutes for comments. The light in front of the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem will be green, and it will turn yellow at 2.5 minutes and red at 3.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. Can you blow that up some? I got to see that. 1 year ago, I made this post. If you didn't vote, please join us in prayer. No more. That was the first day of my life as an adult that I lived in America where Al Lawson was not represented. That was traumatic. The reason why I'm here today is we want to speak about ethics. Mr. Dwight, you've done a very good job. One, you've done a good job about educating on me over the parameters of this board. And to court to the time, the parameters of this board only deals with top-level people who physically are charged or taking some money or something. But if you are knowledgeable to what's going on in our community today, it shows that the ethical problems that we are having in this local government, our ethics board cannot address. Not only can our ethics board cannot address it, our inspector general, our auditor cannot address. The ethical problems that I'm referring to is the decorum of the environment that I personally believe have led a good friend of my wife is so devastated, Miss Jackson, that you're leaving. I file complaints every damn day about anyone that bothers me, and I've never filed one on you. You have been quite professional. I need an ethic board that when individuals that are making $247,000 a year are making, leave me out of it. You might can say some derogatory things about me and it count.
You have 30 seconds.
But when it comes to you, questioning your integrity, questioning the 7th top attorney in the nation. Well, I'm going to say worldwide. I might be exaggerating, but I give you that. And you got a city manager and a mayor will sit quiet. I don't deserve better, but you damn.
Our next speaker, please.
That's the only speaker on the item.
All right, we don't have action to take per se, but how about a motion to accept the presentation as is?
So move.
All right. Second. Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Matlow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the presentation and the hard work of the Ethics Board. I know people don't bring you easy issues, and you also get lots of issues that don't pertain to you, but you are a sounding board. I'm interested in having a conversation about the recommendation. I think we got previous advice that it would take a ballot initiative to change the charter to give that authority. I think while I'm not saying I completely support it right now or not, but I think while we're undergoing charter review, we can just hand this to the community to look at and see if it makes sense. I think I've heard arguments for it and against it. They both have merit. They both kind of, make sense depending on what angle you're looking at. But I think we are looking ultimately to give the people the most peace of mind that they have a purview. So I would love to just have a conversation first about, do we want to explore putting this on the Charter Review Commission? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on the consent agenda. Remind me, Mr. Manager, what has been pulled off consent?
Mr. Mayor, item 806 has been pulled from consent.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on any other consent agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay, so is there a motion for the rest of consent, and then we will deal with 8.06?
So move.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on item 9.01, formerly 8.06. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item involves the approval of a state, federal, and utility lobbying contract. The contract proposed is for a 3-year term with a potential option of 2 one-year extensions. And it ensures the city's effective engagement with the federal and state legislative process to protect and advocate for the city's interests and stay informed about crucial policy initiatives that may impact the city. The procurement was done through an RFP 09223CW. we recommend your approval. The contract with Gray Robinson and Thomas Whitley, our strategic director, strategic innovation director, is here to answer any questions.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, who pulled the item?
Commissioner Matlow.
Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if Mr. Whitley's available, I just was looking for a general update. I know this is an increase in the amount for the contract for the specific lobbyist. I recognize it's including utilities, but it is $120,000 a year. So I was hoping you'd be able to speak to our successes in the past and the value of spending that much on
Dr.
lobbying.
Whitley, please join us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner, that's a great question. Happy to speak to that. This is what we put out, or actually the bid that we received, which is the lowest bid by the highest ranked firm for $120,000 a year, is an increase over the past few years. It's a significant decrease over the prior 4 years, where we were spending $180,000 a year for those 4 years. So as far as successes are concerned, if we compare this contract over the last 3 years to the prior 4 years, we spent, I think it's $570,000 less and received $38 million.
Okay.
So we've had a fair amount of success in the past 3 years. So it's a slight increase. It does combine our state and federal contract as well as our utility.
Okay, and would you repeat those numbers on the success? Say 38?
So if we compare the past 3 years, so the past 3 years, we spent $150,000 on lobbying services. And connected to that, we've received $41 million. And so in comparison with the prior 4 years, we spent $570,000 less and received $38 million more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to get, before we voted on it, it seemed like a pretty big increase from where we are and making sure people knew what we were looking for in return. I remember when we first talked about this, before we changed the contract, there was a lot of conversation of are we getting value for the money we're paying into our lobbyist firm. So thank you for that information. I'll move acceptance.
So I appreciate your efforts on this, Dr. Whitley. I do see great value in the amount that we've been able to bring down from the state level. And
Mr.
keep
Mayor?
up the great work.
Yeah,
Commissioner
I would
Richardson.
also add, having worked with this firm when I was in the legislature, I can tell you they're one of the most respected lobbying firms in the state of Florida, maybe even nationally, but are very professional and do a great job for the city of Tallahassee.
And for clarification, this is for the state contract and the federal contract, correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, the state, federal, and utility.
Where in the past, it was just for a state contract, correct?
We've had different ways that's been done in the past, where we've had a separate state and federal contract. The previous contract, 3-year contract, we had state and federal lobbying together and then a separate utility contract. And so we thought that it just made sense to bring all those together in one consolidated contract.
Excellent. Okay, I'll recognize Commissioner Matlow's motion to approve the item. Is there a
Second.
second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Whitley. Okay, we are on item number 10.01. I will introduce this item. This is the amendment to the city attorney's employment agreement. I think we have all been briefed on this particular item. The item is before us. There are 3 actions to be taken. Option number 1, which is approve the proposed amendment to the city attorney's employment agreement, authorize the mayor to execute the contract on behalf of the city commission. Option 2 is to appoint an interim city attorney. And option 3 is to authorize the Human Resources Department, Office of Diversity and Inclusion to initiate the recruitment process for a full-time city attorney. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 1 speaker in chambers and 1 connected virtually.
Okay.
The speaker in chambers is Stanley Sims.
Your name and address, by the way, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I live at 1320 Avondale with one of your greatest employees, Wilma Sims. This is personal. When my wife died, my wife's father died. He didn't send a letter. He didn't send a note. You were there. When I went to prison, you wrapped your arms around my wife. And you allowed her to walk in this building and keep her head up, despite what people said or the looks. That's who you are. What most people don't know is, I remember the first day we met in the Knox building. I was doing what I'm doing today, fighting for our people. I remember that day you leaned forward and you said, be careful. I know what you're doing, but be careful. Thank you. No dramatics with you, because you're not dramatic. I don't need high probability prep words with you, because you are a woman, a strong Black woman who is confident in herself. And everybody can't say, if you don't pick me, I'll choose myself.
30 seconds.
And I think that's what you did. And as painful as it is, I respect it. And may God bless you and your family, because you truly have blessed mine.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, our next speaker is Max Epstein, who I'm getting a head shake, so apparently is not connected. So in that case, I don't think we have any other speakers on the item. That's correct.
Great. Madam Attorney, you want to lead us off with some comments?
Certainly, Mayor. Well, as I said in my comments to the press, it certainly has been the honor of my life, my career, to serve as your city attorney. I have enjoyed every minute, though many minutes were challenging. I have great respect for the employees who work very hard, day in and day out, to deliver the best public service. And I have worked with many of the very best here, and I'm thankful for that opportunity. I'm thankful for the opportunity also to work with an outstanding legal staff. They will serve the city well. They have up to this point, and they are there when you need them. All you need to do is call, and they are ready to serve you. The role of a city attorney is very important. It is a role that's sometimes not appreciated, but many times is appreciated. Sometimes you have to say very hard things to people. But I believe the role as stated in the city charter, as contained in section 29, specifically says what the duties of the city attorney is. And those include representing its officials and representing its government. The government has to be protected. And I thank you for the commission, this current commission, as well as the prior commission, for giving me the opportunity to serve.
Excellent. Well, we'll just go down the line here real quick, but I want to chime in, and I want to thank you as well. For the past 5 years that I've had the opportunity to serve as mayor, we have been through thick and thin. If you think about it, we've been through COVID together, we've been through hurricanes together, we've been through, the gun violence in this community, along with the day-to-day operation. And Cassandra, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you, and I appreciate it. I also want you to know, from an administrative standpoint, I appreciate you giving us the amount of time for a smooth transaction and transition, into, the next step with the permanent. It would have been very easy to say, I'm retiring, I'm moving on, but you are giving us 8 months. And for that, thank you. I think that we'll have a very smooth transition. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dignity, poise, classy, smart, intelligent, and heartfelt. All of those and so many more describe who you are. Madam Attorney, I always call you Madam Attorney because I respect what you do. I respect who you are, not only in your position, but as a human being and as a person, as a family member. Before I met you, I met your husband. Didn't know you because he was the principal or chancellor at Florida High. Yeah. And some years later, I met his other half. Don't tell him I said it, but his better half. And I've enjoyed working with you. You're a true inspiration. I've enjoyed our conversations. I've enjoyed your advice because I'm one of those scary people. I don't like to break the law. I call you first to make sure that I'm within legal bounds because I don't want to cause liability on purpose. And so thank you for your advice. Thank you for the conversations. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your family, even though I haven't met them. Mm-hmm. They are delightful. I can only imagine. I met your husband, but I didn't meet your mom. But wish you well, wish your family well. And, based on our conversation the other day, it sounds like you have some fabulous plans. Take me with you. Well, thank you so much for your service. It is appreciated. And I got your phone number. We'll be talking.
Commissioner Richardson for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, Madam Attorney, I also refer to her as Madam Attorney, want to thank you for the professionalism and the work that you have done representing the City of Tallahassee, our commission. In particular, I have been pleased to share a friendship outside of the relationship that we have here. I've known Madam Attorney for quite some time. Her husband, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, was the superintendent at Florida High when my oldest daughter was there. And so I've known him in that capacity and developed a friendship. Madam Attorney and I, it's so interesting because we have girls. I'm a girl daddy, a very proud girl daddy. And so we share stories about our children when she comes to my office for briefings. And so I have had the opportunity to hear about her children growing up and how professional they have become, as she has heard about mine. And so we share that kind of relationship. I championed her hiring. I was the only person on the commission that's here now when she was hired in that position. I championed her getting that position and have championed her in that position up to this very day. I have never hesitated to voice my opinion on the professionalism of our city attorney. I think she's one of the best that you'll find in the state of Florida. If you look at her credentials, they're certainly some of the best that you'll find among any city attorney of all the 400 municipalities in the state of Florida. Cassandra, and I'm going to say that from our friendship perspective, we certainly appreciate all that you have done. We know that you still have a bright future ahead of you. I'm going to welcome you to the retiree club. But I know you won't be there very long, that there will be other things that you will do. And so we wish you all the best, you and your family. And it's been, and I'm sure that our friendship will continue. And it's certainly been a tremendous pleasure to work with you here at the City of Tallahassee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And forgive me in advance, I'm not going to go along with the charade that's being played out here. Ms. Jackson, you've served so honorably. How do you serve honorably in a government that doesn't value honor? How do you serve with integrity when elected officials aren't willing to stand up for integrity, aren't really to value the work that we do? I mean, the truth is, over the course of the last year, we've seen the work environment for the city attorney become so hostile, so overbearing, that we're at a point today where we have a premature resignation. And who could blame somebody? Who would want to work for a government that has done and has been allowed to do what this board has allowed this government to do? When the attorney came to me and said, you know, staff is negotiating with opposing counsel and has shut me out of conversations. Elected officials knew that was happening. They did nothing. When the city manager locked out a member of the treasurer clerk's office from accessing public records, we had a legal opinion that said he didn't have the charter authority to do that. A second legal opinion was issued by attorney Ron Meyer confirming he did not have the authority to do that. But that didn't change how this government operates. And city officials knew that and took no action and did not stand up for doing what is legally right. You know, we saw invitations to events dry up. We weren't working in a cordial government any longer. We've seen assistant city managers question whether the city attorney's office needs to review city commission policies before they come to this body. That is the job of a city attorney. It's not a job to make decisions, but it's a job to review decisions to make sure we're in compliance with the law and our own internal policies. And this obviously has culminated based on text messages. And to this day, the elected officials on this body will not comment, will not apologize to our city attorney. When we have Assistant City Manager Tedder, you haven't apologized either.
Commissioner Matlow,
When we say,
comments.
unfortunately, she lacks the credentials, knowledge, and experience with the issues to make a positive contribution to this level of work. The last three speakers said they did not agree with that, but they're not making any types of change. In effect, we are losing a valuable public servant because of the actions of this body and the refusal of this body to stand up for what is right. And then I hear, you know, in the last few weeks, there have been conversations, Mr. Mayor, with Stearns Weaver Miller to look for future replacements. I think that's wholly inappropriate with where we are. So we're going to have a conversation about who should step in and fill this role. It's a difficult role. Where do we go from here? But my question is going to be, are we going to be looking for an attorney that gives us legal advice based on the law? Or are we going to be looking for an attorney that will turn a blind eye to the advice our current attorney has given us? And I know this is a hard conversation to have publicly, but this is the nature of government. So I just personally want to apologize to Ms. Cassandra Jackson for the way this government has treated you, because it is not right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter, your comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to echo what everyone has said, which is I thank you for your service to the city. I know your service predates my being on the commission. I remember our first meeting, and it has been a pleasure to work with you ever since. I planned to dress a little bit nicer tonight, but I got a little busy. It came straight from a meeting, but from just every part of you is professional, is gracious, respectful, thorough, diligent. My aide and I are always talking about how on point you look, You're always looking amazing. And I've really just appreciated the friendship that I feel like we've developed, the advice that you've given me. I think you really set the standard for what this looks like when we're working together, when, you haven't always told me what I wanted to hear, but I always trusted you implicitly. And it has been, I'm so sad to see you go. I'm disappointed in the way that I've seen personally our city manager treat you in your office. I'll leave it at that, but I'm grateful for your service. It's going to be big shoes to fill, and I know that you're going to have a lot of fun in your retirement. I know how much you love to travel. I know how much you love good food and your family, and I'm wishing you all the best. And I don't have them with me, but we got some flowers for you because I just know that you love flowers, and so we'll bring those to your office later on. I don't have them with me, but I'm very grateful for the time that I got to spend with you.
Okay, let's take up the business at hand first. Option number 1 is to approve the proposed amendment to the city attorney's employment agreement and authorize the mayor to execute the contract on behalf of the city commission.
Move option.
Been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the mayor pro tem. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Let's take the next, actually, option 3, to authorize the Human Resources Department and Office of Diversity and Inclusion to initiate the recruitment process for a city attorney. This would be the search for a permanent city attorney and to begin that process.
So move.
Second.
Probably moved by the mayor pro tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, could someone clarify, this is my first time going through this, exactly what that means? I mean, does that entail a national search, or can someone clarify what specifically that means?
Sure, Mr. Manager, you want to have
Let
human
me ask
resources?
our Human Resources Director, Rob McGarry. He can kind of, paint the picture of how the process would work and the kind of candidates we'd be
Mr.
recruiting.
McGarrett, thank you very much.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to talk about that. We would do a wide search for this. We identified in the agenda item a number of places that we'd start with the American Bar Association, the Florida Bar, the Florida Municipal Attorneys Association, the Gwynn Cherry Black Women's Lawyer Association. Whenever we do a search like this and we put it out on the city's search engine, it gets picked up fairly broad across the country by other job search engines. So we would expect to see this happen the same way. The job does require the person to be admitted in Florida, in practice in Florida courts. So that may narrow down who might apply or who might be eligible to apply, but it'll be a broad search. I think we mentioned in the agenda item talking about 60 days to go through that process. So it would give plenty of time for the word to get out to wherever we needed to go to get qualified candidates.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the motion on the table? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Option number 2, the appointment of the interim city attorney. This is, Rob, if I can ask you once again, just to provide some details on the position of city attorney as the interim and the role that they play until we fill the permanent position.
Well, Mayor, the typical process when we have a vacancy like this is that, in this case, since the position reports to y'all would appoint, the commission would appoint an interim who would have the full faith and full set of authority to do the work of the city attorney while we go through the process. We would expect that whoever you appoint would have to meet the minimum training and experience of the job. to be appointed. And it's really, other than those things, it's a pretty broad authority in y'all's case of who you would appoint, inside, outside, current employee, former employee, whatever you want to do there, as long as they meet the MT&E.
Excellent. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make the motion that we appoint Miss Amy Toman as interim city attorney.
Motion on the table to appoint Ms. Amy Toman as the interim city attorney, made by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to note for the public who may not be aware who Amy is, she currently serves as the deputy in the city attorney's office. So she is well qualified and poised and ready to, I know Cassandra, Madam Attorney, has prepared her to fill these shoes until such time as a permanent decision is made. And so I just wanted the public to know, and the mayor has called her down.
If you come join us, Ms. Toman.
Want the public to know who she is, because, you know, many times you don't see the deputy because you have such an able-bodied city attorney, but they've been there working together really, really well.
Well, thanks for joining us, Ms. Toman. First of all, I have not had a chance to speak to you one-on-one, so I think it's fair to ask, are you interested in serving as your name has been placed in the nomination?
Yes.
And before we move forward, it's appropriate to give you an opportunity to address.
I'd be honored to serve.
Excellent. Any further comment?
I do not have any further comment.
Any questions for Ms. Toman serving in the interim? All right, excellent. The motion on the table is to appoint Ms. Amy Toman as the interim city attorney. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to working with you, and we'll get together very soon. Ms. Jackson.
Wanted to make sure that included the requisite acting pay to serve in that position.
Oh, of course. Yes, are we clear on that?
Yes.
Absolutely. Is there anything else from an HR perspective, Rob McGarrett, that needs to be addressed tonight? From the dais. Okay. Before moving on, I do want to say that there were some comments that have been made during that discussion that were not accurate, and I'm sorry that they were made, and we can have a further discussion later, but this is the time to celebrate Cassandra, and once again, thank you so very much for giving us the lead time and still working with the city over the course of the next 8 months. We're on item number 11.01, introduction of ordinance. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 11.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 23-0-37, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a small-scale amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from the University Transition Land Use category to the Central Core category at the southeast corner of Dewey Street and West Tennessee Street, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1. Introduce ordinance number 23-0-37, set the first and only public hearing for December 13th, 2023 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
There are no speakers.
No speakers, okay. Mayor, you back in chambers? Okay. All right, hearing the introduction of ordinance, we're open for motion.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second that we accept option number 1. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Attorney.
Item number 11.02 is introduction of ordinance number 23-0-40, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending section 9-155 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code concerning site plan review, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date. Recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 23-0-40, and set the first and only public hearing for December 13th, 2023 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Move staff recommendation,
Any speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
move staff recommendation, option number 1, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. We accept option number 1. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you very much, Madam Attorney.
Item number 11.03 is the introduction of ordinance number 23-Z-31, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Ox Bottom Meadows Plan Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on 36.37 plus or minus acres on the northwest corner of Ox Bottom Road and Thomasville Road on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 23-Z-31, and set the first and only public hearing for December 13, 2023, at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have speakers on this item.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
The first is Freddie Kay, and followed by Kathy Snyder. There will be a total of 3 speakers in chambers and 1 virtual if that connection was made.
Great. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Freddie K., 5281 Widefield Drive, Bradfordville, Tallahassee. I'm here because the land on the corner of Ox Bottom and Thomasville Road looks like a moonscape right now. I don't really know what the original plan was, but I know that in 2002 or 3, my former brothers-in-law, the Boyntons, had the plan to create 100 dwellings of 1,400 square feet approximately each one for people that are 55 years and over. Of course, I planned to be there, but didn't happen. What had happened was that in '09, my brothers-in-law lost the property to the bank. The bank eventually got Premier to buy it, I think for $1.7 million, and now it's probably worth, who knows, $20, $30 million. What they've done, though, they've clear-cut everything. There used to be even a pond with wild turkeys, which I've seen over the years, because I've been out there since 1978. And there's deer, used to be, of course, and from what I understand, the use of it is planned to be, well, fast food restaurants, a gas station. There happen to be 3 gas stations on the corner of Bannerman Road and Bradfordville Road and Thomasville Road, 3. Also, there's plenty of fast food places up and down that street. I happen to be a former retired, thank you, PhD clinical nutritionist. So the question is, do we really need more fast food restaurants? I ask all of you, do we need that? Do we need impact of environmental question of what will happen with all the gas stations that are proposed? In fact, up the street is the Walmart, and the Walmart has another gas station as well. Literally, it's about 300 yards up the road from the proposal, from what I understand, of the gas station and fast food restaurants and so on. I have a suggestion, which is for the city to buy that entire piece of property, which I think is really around 45 acres approximately, and create a recreational facility with pickleball courts, tennis courts, swimming pools, walking trails, where people in the Northeast, I think there was County Commissioner Brian Welch who had suggested something like that. I know it sounds bizarre to say to Premier, which have done a great job in a lot of other places, particularly for TMH, but do we need more of the fast food places again and gas stations? So that's my suggestion, is to take it and make it useful at I play tennis 3 days a week at Forest Meadows. It costs me $5.75 each time I play, which is unbelievable. It's great. People can afford that. So that's a suggestion of the proper use that I'd recommend, because all of you do not know the origin. That was 900 acres, split up by 2 people. Pardon?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyway, good luck with all that.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Kathy Snyder, followed by Joanna Angelos.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Snyder. I live at 4980 Hollystone Lane. And I appreciate the opportunity to give some input about the Ox Bottom Meadows HUD amendment. And especially thank you to Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Matlow, because I sent emails to everybody and to your aides, and both of your aides responded. Otherwise, I would not have even known about this meeting, that the public, that I could even come and speak. I know about the meeting that's coming up in December, but this is just going to give you a little heads up on what's going to take place there. I live on Hollystone Lane, and I'm the president of that HOA. Our neighborhood is the closest community to the proposed PUD, and my neighbors and I have concerns about this current rezoning amendment. At our annual HOA meeting last month, this was basically the only topic of discussion, and it centered around the displeasure of what has happened to the property and what is proposed, especially the possibility of a gas station and fast food. First, we don't want fueling stations to be allowed at that corner. I have not spoken to anyone that's in favor of it, either that lives in the neighborhood or outside of that area. It's not needed. Walmart's at our doorstep. There's a Wawa, which is a huge gas station that is already permitted to go in at the McClay-Thomasville Road intersection up there. And that's just south of us. And then there's, of course, 3 others, like Freddie said, further north. So the need for a gas station really isn't there. But the most concerning reason is the risk to the air, the groundwater, the noise, the 24-hour lights and stuff that will happen to this, what was a beautiful entrance to this area of Tallahassee. This part of Thomasville Road is at its lowest elevation at this area, and it seems like the worst place to put dangerous fuel tanks into the ground. We simply do not want the dangers of contamination that come with gas stations, not to mention the 24-hour lights, the noise traffic, and the loitering that it brings. There have been problems with the homeless individuals camping out near the Walmart station.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, geez. Okay. Last night, I attended the Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Commission, and then last month, I attended the other, along with many, many other people. Many people there spoke, and it was standing room, from their heart about why this should not be approved. Only one committee member last night voted with us not to approve it. The rest just passed it on.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Joanna Angelos.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Joanna Angelos, I live at 2079 Ox Bottom Road. And I've been a resident there for 20 years now, and I moved there because Ox Bottom was just a beautiful area, sought-after area to live. It's a wonderful community with beautiful trees and property. When I saw what was happening to that corner, how it just, everything got knocked down, all those huge, beautiful oak trees and everything, it was just disheartening. And then to hear what is going to go there in place of that is just mind-boggling to me. I feel like Tallahassee should be a model city for the rest of this state, that we should cohesively bring people together in a healthy, dynamic way and bring good things to this city where we're outside, living healthy, and they're already packing a lot of people into this area. And what are they going to do? There's 50-plus residents that are the age group, 50-plus, and what are they doing? They don't need a gas station. They don't need fast food. What they need to do is to be outside in a beautiful environment. If they could rebuild that area and make it conducive to the residents that live in that area, instead of just like blocking us out and keeping those 55-plus people and all the residents there blocked into their houses, you know, what does that do for our city? We're trying to bring people into our city and see that we are a welcoming, family-oriented, healthy city, not a place that is going to, you know, just like on every corner, you divide the city into quadrants, and we have the same thing everywhere, the same fast food, the same everything. So I'm just asking you to rethink what goes on that corner. corner. The obvious has been already stated. And so to rethink it in a creative way, that we could utilize that property, you know, would just be so much better for the residents and the people around the area and the citizens of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that's the last speaker I have. We had someone sign up virtually, but they did not connect, so no additional speakers on this item.
Okay. And I want to thank you all for coming out, and you are absolutely correct. The actual public hearing will be in December. Tonight is the formality of reading the introduction into the record. We take a ceremonial vote, even though it's not necessary. So please come back in December and let us hear from the neighborhood as well. But we appreciate y'all coming out. Is there a motion to accept the introduction?
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not ready to introduce this ordinance at this time. I just have too many unanswered questions. I understand this is moving forward in tandem with the Vilda Dairy road extension because the property, based on state guidelines, wouldn't allow for a new access to the site. So we very much are negotiating with the developers to try to bring something forward that is mutually beneficial for both. And I think what we're hearing from the community is what is being proposed for the site isn't mutually beneficial. I reached out to the city manager in regards to conservation easements. I haven't gotten my questions answered. And regarding those, I've seen the videos and the photos of pollution flowing into Lake Kinsale and other lakes in the area. And I just need more information before we start fast-tracking this down the lines that we're very much discussing the roadway realignment of Velda Dairy and the changes that will need to be made to Thomasville Road at the same time. I do want to highlight, it's pretty routine for this body to modify PUDs. We had this conversation at the last meeting in regards to a roadway over the Miccosukee Greenway. The first adoption, it hasn't been the practice of this body not to go back and modify, so that's what's being requested here, but we do have a responsibility to protect the public interest in all the pieces, and I feel like this piece affects the roadway piece that we would have to come to an agreement on later. So until I can get all my questions answered, I can't support introducing it today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And again, the motion and the vote that is taken is ceremonial at best. I mean, it's a reading of the introduction into the record, and then we'll have a nice, healthy conversation at the December meeting as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
And Mr. Mayor, I will add, as a former member of the Planning Commission, answers to those questions reside there, and those planning commissioners have reviewed these items and taken a vote based on the information that was provided. And I think that we just need to be cautioned that sometimes the only thing that we have is that it is in alignment with the comp plan. Mm-hmm. And so we have to take that into consideration. I know emotions get high. Been in meetings sitting at this desk to 1 a.m. because of high emotions. But if the comp plan, if it's an allowable use based on the comp plan, that's where the answers lie. You really have to look into that. So I just wanted to, for those who are listening, I always want to educate and advocate that is where the answers lie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, all those in favor of the...
I would just add, too, that this item has not been fast-tracked. It has followed the process that every land development project follows. Staff has analyzed it. It has gone to the planning committee that all but one member of that committee approved it, and it's on the same timeline that any other property or project development would occur. It has not been fast-tracked for any reason. We don't do that as a city. And so I would just suggest that we all take our briefings so that we're updated on where this project is headed. I would tell you, sir, that we have, just as a Blueprint IA board approved a, what was it, $18 million park for the Northeast?
12.
12 million, that's right, for the Northeast, and so that's in the process of being developed. This is personally owned property. It's not city property. It's personally owned property, and as long as it meets the criteria of the comprehensive plan, then that's what's being evaluated here. And if we don't know what's being proposed for the site, we've heard, but we have not seen a rendering of what's proposed for that site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. All those in favor of the motion of accepting the reading of the introduction of the ordinance into the record signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter against the motion. We are on item number 11.04. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 11.04 is the introduction of ordinance number 23-Z-32, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee concerning the property located on 2.15 acres on the southeast corner of the intersection of Dewey Street and West Tennessee Street, changing the zoning classification of the land from university transition to up campus urban plan unit development, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 23-Z-32 and set the first and only public hearing for December 13th, 2023 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers to City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board docs system.
All righty. Any public comment on this item?
Mayor Cheryl Collier Brown is the only speaker we have on this item.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Cheryl Collier Brown, 217 West Brevard Street, Tallahassee, Florida. First of all, you probably wondering why I'm standing here. You all know I'm concerned about what's going to happen if you change that building to a higher standard, a higher level. I'm concerned about the traffic. Okay, I'm looking at it. I know you're going to laugh, but I'm telling you, I am so sick of being bogged down on Tennessee Street. So I met with John Reddick. He's been very helpful. Alan Seacrest as well. So I need to know how you all how that traffic flow is gonna be handled. You got Burn Auto on the other end. You have the other student housing on Virginia Street. You already have the standard there, and all of it's coming down there, and I'm bogged in right slap in the middle. I don't get any information about that particular area because I don't live there. But that area is gonna trickle down and affect us on Brevard Street, Frenchtown, because they're gonna start taking shortcuts through that area. We need to have some kind of solace where we feel confident and safe driving in that area, because right now I pray every time I leave my house. So I want you all to work with us and let us know how we're going to alleviate some of that frustration, because Tennessee Street is already overwhelmed. And with that on that corner, Pure Auto on that corner, it's going to be even worse. And then we're going to feel the effects down there in the Frenchtown area on Brevard Street, right there slap in the middle. So I'm hoping if you do consider change that ordinance, that you're going to look at how you're going to satisfy me, the traffic lady, which you all called me, and I'm fine with it, very proud. But I'm really, really concerned about it. So I hope you consider that as well. When the developers get there and you change the ordinance, they need to address that as well. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Attorney, this is quasi-judicial, correct?
Yes.
All right. I want to state on the record that I had a phone conversation with Mr. Kevin Graham from Florida State University Office of Real Estate on this particular item.
Thank you.
Yep. And if I need to fill out any form, please advise.
If you have something in writing, it just needs to be placed in board docs.
No, I don't. All right.
Move staff recommendation, option 1, Mr. Mayor.
Second it.
Been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem for comment. Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to address Mrs. Cheryl Collier Brown. I just felt like I was in her 7th grade math class because that's what she does. And you are correct. You are the traffic lady, and we appreciate that. And it is my desire that that you and any other concerns, anyone else who is concerned, will be worked with to help to understand the impact and what's going to be done to offset any negative impact. And I know usually with traffic studies that occurs. And so I am anticipating that all of that will happen. But I want to make sure, I'm going to go on record and make sure that if you don't talk to anybody else, make sure you talk to Cheryl Collier Brown.
Yeah.
Because then she'll bring the others to the meeting. Because she is a supporter, but she said what she meant, that we need to make sure that they understand the impact of what's going to be happening in that area, as well as how it may come down into the Frenchtown and Brevard Street area. So duly noted and recorded.
All right, any other comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 11.05. Madam Attorney.
Item number 11.05 is the introduction of ordinance number 23-Z-33, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Southwood Plan Unit development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee. Project site located on approximately 3,322 acres and is generally bounded by Appalachian Parkway on the north, Southwood Plantation Road, and Biltmore Avenue on the east, Tram Road on the south, and Capitol Circle Southeast on the west. Providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 23-Z-33 and set the first and only public hearing for December 13, 2023 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 11.06.
Item number 11.06 is the introduction of ordinance number 23-Z-34, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Southwood Plan Unit development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee. Project site located on 30 acres, approximately 3,330 feet west of the intersection of Tram Road and Capitol Circle Southeast. Providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 23-Z-34 and set the first and only public hearing for February 21st, 2024 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
All right. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
See none.
Move for staff recommendation.
Second.
Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. 11.07, Madam Attorney.
Item number 11.07, introduction of ordinance number 23-Z-38, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land central core on the official zoning map from University Transition at the southwest corner of West Tennessee Street and North Copeland Street. Providing for conflicts and severability and an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 23-Z-38 and set the first and only public hearing for December 13, 2023 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, colleagues.
Move for staff recommendation.
Second.
Been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Do we have any other introduction of ordinances this evening?
That concludes introductions.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. We are on policy formation direction, item 12.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Thomas Whitley, our Director of Strategic Innovation, will introduce this item.
Dr. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Manager. Item 12.01 brings forth a request to rename the Gemini Building in honor of former Mayor John Marks, who served as mayor from 2003 to 2014. The request comes from a number of community members through former Congressman Al Lawson, who is with us today. His request letter is attached to your agenda item. We all know the former congressman quite well. He's served this community quite well, most recently representing us in the U.S. House of Representatives from 2017 to 2023. The Gemini building was built in 1987. The city began to lease it in the early 90s, and then ultimately in 1998, purchased it along with the adjacent Pepper and Rainey buildings. Today it houses critical staff from our customer operations, our underground utilities and public infrastructure departments. And the item before you has a little bit of history about that. It lays out some biographical and vocational information on former Mayor Marks. And with your indulgence, actually, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to invite Congressman Lawson up to speak more to his request.
Well, I was going to invite Congressman Lawson to come join us and provide some comments since you are formally placing this item. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. It's a real privilege for me to have the opportunity to appear before you all today and all the people that are gathered here today. I was driving down Monroe Street and passed by Cascades Park, and I could remember that it was in the wee hours in the morning in appropriation when I was in the Senate, and I saw where the City of Tallahassee needed some money for Cascade Park. And so you had Ronnie Book that was lobbying for you, and we couldn't find a number. We just didn't want, my staff didn't want to have to call, some of the commission who were probably asleep. They might not go that long today. So the way we found his number, well, he had sent me some chocolate. And on the chocolate was a cell phone with his number on it. So I didn't eat it, and so as a result, it came in handy. And so we found out that the city didn't need that money, and so we was able to do it. They don't allow us to take any gifts anymore. And so I never knew what happened to the chocolate, but maybe the staff took it. It has been my privilege to represent the city over 28 years in the legislature and then 6 years in Congress. I think this is my first time that I've been before you. My business, I think Commissioner Madlow can appreciate this, is my business office is located in the Rainey building. And when I first started renting, I rented from Gemini and Associates, and then the city purchased the building. So people ask sometimes, what does a Rainey building mean and what does Gemini mean? And I had no earthly idea. So I've been a tenant for the city for over 25 years. And I was looking at the other day, I said, how much money have I given to the city? And it really was really astronomical. I paid something like $900,000 over the last 25 years. And then when I got elected to Congress, I decided to stay with the city and was able to get the federal government to give the city about another $200,000 or so to be able to rent there. So I was thinking one day, I said, what could we do for a former mayor that served 3 terms? And I said, well, maybe I ought to do something because Gemini doesn't have any relationship to the city to name the building after, and after he was involved in smart meters, and getting involved with kids and helping them to learn how to read and everything else, and being involved in Cascade Park and Gaines Street as a development that we had there. And so I decided I would write a letter to the commission and then call the commission and say, this would be a good thing to do. We have named former mayors and people, city staff, commissioners, city managers and so forth. And so that's how I came up with the idea. And I thought it would be a great thing to do in honor for anyone who has served the city. And I'd like to tell you all that y'all are doing a great job. And a young man who said he patterned himself after me, he's gone now. As a high jumper, I wanted to tell him that I learned to high jump in a cornfield. And so I couldn't afford to miss because there was a fence there. So I had to be able to jump over that fence. But anyway, it's a real privilege to be here. I've been in business for 36 years and probably have rented no place else except from the city. And people didn't know that when I was serving in the legislature, man, we made $12,000 a year, so I had to work all night. I'm sure that sometime when Commissioner Madlow leave here that he probably got to go and work like I had to go work. So it's a real privilege to ask you all to consider the name, and I think it would be a great thing. And I really appreciate y'all having me to come down today.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the congressman before he sits down? All right, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item before we move forward?
Mayor, we do.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Stanley Sims,
Okay.
and I believe we have a virtual connection, Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, are you with us? Dr. Jackson, are you with us? Do we have a connection? Dr. Jackson, you're muted, I believe, sir. Dr. Jackson, I believe you're muted. Do we have a connection?
Hello.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Dr. Jackson, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Erwin Jackson, right now in North Carolina, but usually 1341 Jackson Bluff.
You have 3 minutes.
I appreciate having a chance to talk with you. Very good. Some of the information I think that Representative Al Lawson gave left out some real highlights of John March's career with the City of Tallahassee. I've spent 10 years of my life trying to expose the corruption on the city commission. John March is the reason that I worked extremely hard to get the passage of the 2014 Ethics Board. And it's important to look at the facts. It was John March. Yes, he was involved with smart meters. He gave Honeywell a $36,000 no-bid contract. In return, Honeywell had their attorneys hire John March at a salary of around $12,000 a month. And that's at the time when John March was working for the City of Tallahassee, getting paid full-time as the mayor. Okay. That's one thing he accomplished. Well, I found out about it. I exposed that, and then guess what happened to that $12,000 a month payment to John March? When I started talking to City Commission, it got cut off. How about AD&E? Yeah, he worked with the little kids to help them get computers. That was a federal government program. Yeah, what happened? Well, a couple $1 million. Well, sure, John March was involved. Guess what? He got $2,000 a month off that project. How about the biomass? The biomass is going to ruin the South Side. John March didn't go over there. Curtis Richardson was on the board as well. He didn't try to protect the South Side. Bill Proctor and I had to go to Bill Proctor to get him involved in the biomass plant that was going to destroy the South Side. And I was told by an attorney that was involved in an agreement signed by John March and the biomass plant, that owner, that the day it's fired off, John March will get a check for $250,000. And my all-time favorite is whenever John March was out of town, his wife would use his credit card, paid for by the city, take some of her girlfriends up to restaurants here, the Governor's Club, and have a good time, and then send the taxpayer the bill. No, we can't do this. That's when I went to the FBI first. I invited the FBI to this community because of John March and the money he was siphoning out of the City of Tallahassee with the help of Sean Pittman. And you guys want to take time and try to acknowledge him? For Christ's sake, let's just leave this lay. Don't bring him up. We don't want my son or anyone's son to use him as an example of what we want to strive for. This is an embarrassment, unacceptable, and you need to vote it down. Thank you very much. I have a book that's going to come out and document it.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Congressman, closing statements before discussion.
Right. I did not come up here for personal ridiculing of someone who had done an outstanding job. John March is really held in high esteem in the African-American community and in this city. And Mr. Jackson has a problem, I don't think this is a place that you would really bring it up. Someone who has served, I've served along with him. I worked with him on issues and stuff for the city. I work with him on issues for the state. And that's more of a personal attack, and I'm not here for a personal attack, and I would tell Mr. Jackson, he need to take that sum up. John been going away from the city almost 10 years, and to come back now with a personal attack, I think that's very unprofessional, and I received a call from him yesterday and telling me about the FBI and all this other stuff, but that has never been in the newspaper. There's never been any place in the city over the last 10 years. And I don't know what it's about, but I suggest that maybe someday, they might want to get together. He might want to get together and they sit down and talk, because he did a good job, especially on the south side of this community. And I work when we walk neighborhoods together, Joe Louis Street, all the other streets, with a genuine concern for people in this community. So I just want to say that, and I really resent the fact that Mr. Jackson would come up and try to destroy a personal image of a person who has served this community over 3 terms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we rename the Gemini Building in honor of John R. Marks III, who was served as our mayor.
Second.
Excuse me, it's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? John Marks is a long and serving directly elected mayor of the city of Tallahassee, and I consider him a friend, and I look forward to supporting this motion on the table. Any other comments? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 12.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You discussed this item at your last meeting. It was...
Hold on, Congressman. Thank you for coming, sir.
Absolutely.
Good to see you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. This item was related to the support and sponsorship of the 50 Years of Hip Hop concert that's scheduled for this Friday. A lot of work has been done. You'll recall you authorized staff to provide in-kind services. At the time, we didn't know the full scope of what those services would be, and to consider a sponsorship. We issued the agenda item last week. At the time, we had felt like we had fully scoped the in-kind services to a value of approximately $19,500. That was for a variety of things: the park, permits, barricades, solid waste, things of that nature that we would normally provide. As we have gone forward and gotten a better handle on the nature of the event, the sheriff's office had originally pledged to provide the law enforcement detail, and they continue to stand ready to do that. But it's our belief that additional resources are necessary. So our police department has also scoped additional resources to make sure that we have a safe event. With that included, it increases our level of value for in-kind services to $49,500. So we have, and I mentioned this at the top of the meeting, we have updated our recommendation to be consistent with your direction from the last meeting, to simply direct the staff to continue to pursue that and provide those services, and that would be the extent of the sponsorship of the event. Ashley Edwards is our boots on the ground. She's coordinating the event. A lot's going on, a lot of moving pieces and parts. We think it'll be a great event. She's here to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we have 5 or 6 speakers on this item.
Excellent.
We'll begin with Amber Tynan, followed by Kim Gabon Countryman.
Your name and address for the record, please. Thanks for joining us.
Amber Tynan, 2477 Tim Gamble Place. Congrats, LT classmate, on your retirement. That's awesome. Thank you for all of you who I've had the chance to speak with on this item. Thank you for the updated information. I think the biggest thing that I wanted to just share, as I represent United Partners for Human Services, we are a membership organization comprised of over 200 human service agencies with a long-standing partnership with both the city and the county to help enhance their capacity. We're here today in support of the event, and we encourage your support of the event. However, we're respectfully requesting that any of the contributed in-kind support not come from the gun violence intervention funding. At present, supports for community housing and human services represents less than 1% of the city budget. And in this current CHSP funding cycle, only 56% of the total funding requests were awarded because requests exceeded available funding by $4.4 million. Additionally, any nonprofit agency that seeks CHSP funding goes through a strenuous application and vetting process, a process that's equitable and fair, regardless of if the funding is $2,500 or $500,000. As you know, CHSP helps provide funding to our human service ecosystem to support unduplicated individuals, upwards of 50,000 of our neighbors with necessary services, from food assistance to housing services, after-school programs, youth enrichment, sexual assault interventions, mental health, as well as substance abuse. The gun violence category opened this summer for applications, and they were vetted and awarded as recently as October 1st based on the CRT recommendations. And per the City Policy 250 instituted in June 2022, no agencies eligible for CHSP should bypass that process. So while CHSP does not fund events, if CHSP funding that is earmarked for gun violence are to be used for this, we would just respectfully ask that any agency go through the same process that those that were awarded the funding do so as well. What we recognized in preparing for this meeting is that we don't currently have an avenue for repurposing any unallocated funding that's designated for CHSP or any funding that's allocated but not expended. So what we're asking and strongly encourage, and we'll do this with our support in working with city and county staff, is looking for a way that we can keep that money with human services, and so that it continues to have that demonstrated ROI based on the needs of our neighbors.
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you. And while the funding that's being provided through in-kind support doesn't seem like a lot, it could necessarily mean providing trauma and grief support for, individuals affected by gun violence. It could provide phone operators skilled in de-escalation to prevent suicides, legal representation and education of rights of individuals facing eviction, just to name a few. So we just encourage your support of the event. We'll be there. However, we respectfully request that it does not sacrifice the necessary and needed services.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, pose a question to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, it was never any intent to take in-kind services from that category. Am I correct?
Actually, no, ma'am. Let me.
All right, hold on.
provide some
Before we
clarity.
get into this, because I think it's a little more let me get through public hearing,
Okay.
if that's all right, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we're going to come back.
Yeah,
This has got to, we got to explain where we are.
Right, okay.
Gotcha.
We can hold up.
Gotcha. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Next is Kim Galban Countryman, followed by Kim Sinead.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Galban Countryman, 3248 Storrington Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32309. I am here, I'm with UPHS. I'm currently the chair of the Advocacy Committee, speaking on the same subject. Right now, with my employment, my volunteer activities, and my board service, as long as I've lived in Tallahassee, I probably am connected to between 20 and 30 nonprofits who all have events. If all of those organizations started coming to you for funding directly, it would be a mess. It would be an absolute mess. I mean, so what we do is we all go through the CHSP process. As the executive director of Independence Landing, we didn't qualify for CHSP and had to go through the bridge process. We hustled to make it through. I support this event. I'm excited. I'm going to go to this event. I think it's great. I like what Mayor Pro Tem has said, that it's not coming from CHSP, but I just want to, make sure that the board understands that how important it is to keep that the integrity of that process in place, so that when organizations do come, send them back to UPHS. Let us help them with that capacity building. We're here for that as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Kim Sinead, followed by Larice Thomas.
Name and address for the record, please.
It's Kim Syneath, like Cy and underneath the table. So Kim Syneath, 3519 Easter Stanley Court. I am with UPHS as well. I serve on the board, and then I'm also the executive director at the Learning Pavilion, formerly the Dick Hauser Center for Childhood Services. So I really want to echo my colleagues' remarks in the human service sector about the importance of really protecting that CHSP funding process and that vetting process. And again, I think that we're all excited about the event, but really looking at not diverting those funds from human service organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Larice Thomas, and then Bernard Stevens.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Larice Thomas. My address is 1510 Escadrille Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32308. As you all know, I am the Executive Director of the North Florida Community Development Corporation, and we came to you about 2 weeks ago to get support for our honoring 50 years of hip hop and Tallahassee's very own T-Pain. We came to you at the time requesting assistance with putting on an event at Lake Anita. Since that time, at the suggestions of the city, the event has been moved to Cascade Park. With our moving it to Cascade Park, the amount that we needed grew. At the time that we came to you all, we were told that we would have in-kind contributions as well as some cash contributions. We're 2 days out from the event, and based upon what we were told, we planned our budget accordingly. This is not just a hip-hop concert. We have tomorrow night a Stop the Violence hip-hop battle for youth over at the Tallahassee Nights Live Performing Arts Center, where youth have been asked to come up with Stop the Violence raps, and we're going to have a battles that will be judged. The top 3 will then go on to perform on Friday evening at the concert. We also have on Friday day the Stop the Violence Youth Summit from 9 to 11. School is out, so youth are coming. We'll be there till 11:30. Well, we will allow them an open forum to talk about what they need to see from us to stop the gun violence. So this is not just about a concert, and I appreciate the members of UPHS supporting us. We did also go through the process this summer to get funding. One of our initiatives was stopping gun violence as well as mental health and having a phone line. We did not get funded. Not everybody got funded, but there were funds left. We think that we do, what we're doing is about stopping gun violence. So we respectfully come to you again, requesting support of this. And I really appreciate Ashley and her staff. They have been wonderful getting me on the phone daily and the nuances and the changes. We did change to Cascade Park at the recommendation of Ashley and her staff just because of the size and the scope and all of the changes. But know that this is not just about a concert. This is about us wanting to reach our youth, representing them and stopping the gun violence here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Bernard Stevens. He'll be followed by Gregory James.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr., and my address is exempt. My brothers and sisters, it seems to me that every time it comes down to one event, you all spend a whole bunch of money on law enforcement. Talk about gun violence. I agree. This concert needs to happen. But what I don't agree with is if you could provide almost $50,000 included with the contributions from the sheriff department, how is it that you're not able to provide basic security over in the neighborhoods that have the gun violence on a daily? Why can't you do that? But you sit here and you think you have an answer for everything, and then you go to your little public meetings, and then you blatantly talk about these young women don't know what they want. They do this, they do that. It's the rap music. Y'all talk about that on a daily. Mr. Richardson is at all your meetings. He's a spokesperson for all of you all. I don't understand how. I don't even understand how a candidate, for one, is able to go on a news conference in regards to a city official providing documentation of money. I'm confused. But we got to take money away. I tell you what, if you want to move that money, you take it from the police department budget. You use that money for the police department and let that hit them and see how they feel about that. Don't take it for nothing else, because your gun violence initiative, it needs to start at home. You can provide all of that if you provide the security. You already know where your issues are, don't you? Unless you all are just trying to get paid. We tired of being a slave, my brother, my sister, the ones who simply always think events is going to solve a problem. You can do it. I want you to. But that money, it don't need to come from nowhere else but what you're requiring it for, security. So your security needs to come out of your police department budget, Mr. Gold, and go that route. Your youth need to be reached another way since y'all got all the answers. You don't listen to anybody. You answer your own questions, and then you're upset. Excuse me. And then don't give another person time to respond to their last word as if they got the final say. Now, you know that's clear discrimination. Robert's Rules of Order doesn't operate like that. I'm sure you know I read that. You all have a problem when people read the documentation, don't you? Then you cannot hold yourself accountable on record, and you answer what you want to answer. So may the record reflect the comments, what I just made. I'm sick and tired of you all trying to put on concerts, give people names, and still not dealing with the issue directly. You go to the House, and you fix it there. But if you keep locking us up and letting your police officers catch them in the wrong, you ain't educating nobody. You want it because you want the money. You want the money from the government for your crime. You get paid off of that. You think school shootings going to continue to happen? We see it every day all across this nation. You fix the problem, you give people a chance. You get rid of them projects. You put security over there to help them people. Try again. Y'all got the right one.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Gregory James, and then Darius Baker.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Name is Gregory James, address 1134 Abraham Street, Tallahassee, Florida. Certainly we are appreciative for all of you for really, first of all, listening to us on last week when we talked about the celebration of 50 years of hip-hop. And what made it so valuable to us is the fact that there was an opportunity. One, not that the message changed, but that the messengers could change. That's by involving our young people to do something that has been challenging for many of them. And that's create a positive message about gun violence or anything that's positive in our community. One of the young men who was working with us shared with us something that was just mind-blowing. 12-year-old kid said he wanted to write a positive message, but his peers said to him, "Why are you going to write something positive to rap about?" His peers said. So because of the peer pressure that he experienced, he decided that, Mr. West, I can't be involved. So I feel that what we're doing is not just about a concert. It's about what we did today on the radio with young men who work with young children over in the Holton Street and the Joe Louis area, AD, Darren, young men who grew up in this neighborhood, who take these kids into the studio and who have now given them an opportunity to do what? Provide a positive message to share with our public, with our community. On Thursday night, we will have young people from all over this city meeting at the TNL Performing Arts Center. They're excited about a beat that was created for them to provide a positive message. I say to you tonight, truly we appreciate all the work that everyone is doing. But I say tonight, this is a monumental moment. It's a moment that gives our young people a chance to display a positive message in the face of many that will show up at 6 p.m. And not only that, it gives us the movement to say, now let's keep this moving. Let's keep this going. And whoever wins, now let's be challenged to say, others come now challenge them. So however we need to do what can be done to help facilitate the necessary funding that's needed, because we did change location. That means things change. I pray that this council would do what is necessary to help fulfill what is being done on November the 9th and November the 10th that will continue to make our efforts worthwhile as we're in the wake of another homicide who just happened to be my cousin who got shot down, which I'll do his funeral Saturday.
You have 20 seconds.
But yet and still, this makes what we're doing more important because young people now are the messengers with the message. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Darius Baker, and then Stanley Sims will be the last speaker on this item.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Darius Baker. I live at 2702 Masterson Lane. I am the founder and creator of Tallahassee Nights Live, 17 years here in the city providing music and providing entertainment for our people, all of our people to come together on various events. I'm passionate about this event. I'm passionate about this movement because I know that everybody with sight don't have vision, but I can see what can happen from bringing everyone together and honoring an individual who hasn't been honored in our city. I'm just gonna be honest with you, and I gotta speak from the heart. Fahim T-Pain, he's a worldwide star. And our kids, Black youth, they look up to him. We need to open up our arms as a city and welcome him back. I've talked to him personally for over an hour. He's passionate about his city, but he feels a certain way because in 2006, he had a proclamation done for 2 days, T-Pain days, that no one has ever even said anything since 2006. Wisconsin has given him a key to the city, and they have a day for him every single year because he said Wisconsin in one of his songs. We shouldn't let another city, another state outdo where he comes from. Let's bring him back and welcome him and allow him to use his financial ability and his influence on our Black youth. And the reason why I say Black youth is because I'm African American, as you can see, and I'm passionate about all youth, but it affects the ones that's in these impoverished areas that really need someone that they look up to. And I believe that T-Pain is the one. If we support this event and if we bring him back and welcome him, he's given me his word. And he's given other people his word that he will come back and do a phenomenal thing here in our city that's never been done. We don't want to miss this opportunity. We don't want to miss this opportunity. And I salute every nonprofit for what they're doing, every nonprofit that's spoken here today. But it's a superhero that I can't even think of his name, but I don't know if it's Transformers, but when everyone comes together, a superpower is formed. And I think that if we all come together and if we really care about the gun violence in our city, that we will do just that and put egos aside, put politics aside, and let's do something different. Doing the same thing is going to get the same results. Let's bring in someone who we know has the mind, has the ear, has the attention of our kids. Do some videos with our commissioners. Do some videos with our mayor. Do some videos with the teachers and everyone, the firefighters, everyone, our public servants, and tell kids, hey, I come from Ridge Road. I come from that same area. I walk past violence every single day, and look where I am. I have my own businesses. I've affected the world in a major way, and you can do the same thing. Let's not miss this opportunity. Thank you all. And even if it's not financial, I thank you for the in-kind because I believe that whatever God has ordained is going to happen. And I have sight, but I got vision too, and I can see what's going to happen through this event. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, Doc.
Our next speaker, please.
Officers and ushers.
Is Stanley Sims. And Mayor, we do have an additional speaker, Rob Renzi, following Mr. Sims.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm currently now at 1320 Avondale Way. But when I was small, I was at 1010 Silver Ridge. And 1010 Silver Ridge was in the middle of that little hub that went around Ridge Road. I'm very excited, everyone. Ashley, thank you so much for the extra commitment that she has made for the very short changes that have been made. I haven't talked to you, but people that are working with you are talking with you. Ms. Thomas has done a very good job, as long as DJ and my good friend Greg James is really demonstrating to you all this is not just a party. This is really a party with a purpose. But I also understand the concerns of UPS because we discussed this earlier in the week with the changes of the Florida legislature and the impact of CRA. We're really now kind of limited of what we can do for. So we're not saying that you're not working with us. We saying that we understand the complexity of the problem, but we also understand the complexity of the problem in our youth. And there was a commissioner that said, you know, maybe he ain't the best, but ye without sin cast the first stone. He is making a difference to those children. I've got my son, 23 years old, asking me, can I hook him up for the concert? If it gathers their attention, we're talking $25,000 over an annual budget of $1 billion. To us, Black lives matter. Well, you know what, Miss Ashman? This ain't about Black lives. Because guess what? I got guys your skin color want me to hook them up to go to the concert too. So this is a citywide thing. And I'm excited about it, Mayor. And I just really wish we would not hold this organization. I know you being nice, but I just think we should just hold them the in-kind.
You're at 30 seconds.
I wish we can go in-kind and a little more, because these kids want to take pictures. They want to, I mean, T-Pain is really not trying to come like a star. He like trying to come home like a homeboy. Let this man come home and heal his city.
Our next speaker, please.
Rob Renzi.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, good evening. Rob Renzi, 6410 Williams Road. No dog in this fight, really, just semantics. And I know I wasn't going to speak until the ask came from the organizers. So no objection to actually whether you do in-kind or additional funding. I would support both of those. Just semantically, if you applied for CHSP funding through the gun violence and you didn't get it from the CRT, and now you fund them from that same pot, that goes against the whole process that we've established and the ordinance that don't go around. So if you were they applied, they were denied. That was whatever the citizens decided in the CRT process. Then you approved their allocations at the last meeting, I want to say, or the meeting before. So I'm good with the event. I think it's fabulous. I'm good if you do in-kind. I'm good if you give them extra money, but not from, if you do it out of that process, you've opened up the door where if somebody is denied in the process, then they come back to you again, which I think your ordinance sort of was trying to stop. But that's all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
No additional speakers on this item.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of things, but I'm going to start with our partners. I really wish if you had questions about what we were actually doing. I thought once the updated agenda item came out, you would then understand what we were doing. It was never the intent to fund in-kind services from the gun violence category. And a question, I did speak with you today, Amber. You never asked a question. A question to our city staff or our city manager could have answered that question. Y'all could have saved the time that y'all just spent coming out here admonishing us and reminding us of our own process. And the fact that the funding for that came from this body. So we're well aware of what our process is. But I think that what we need to do better in our community is communicate. Now, this event, as the agenda items say, we all can see the update. It is in kind, which means that it's not a cost to any of you. It's not going to come from that allocation. Now, prior to, there was a opportunity to provide some cash, but the updated agenda item clearly states that it's in kind. We already had some in kind on the line, but now we're adding more in kind because the scope has broadened. So I really wish that before we confuse the community on who we are and what we're doing and where we are and about this event, that we would have asked the question about whether there was going to be any cash involved or in kind. The in kind, these folks are working anyway. It's coming from a different budget line item. Right, City Manager?
Mr. Manager.
Help me here, because I'm just sitting here like, what are we talking about?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, the accounting mechanics, I'm not sure they'd be working anyway, but they'll be working and the expense will reside in the respective departments. So there'll be police department expense, there'll be community beautification expense, parks and recreation expense. There'll be avoided revenues for permits, things of that nature.
So, United Partners, we're not going back on what we said for CHSP. We're not. And I think that Ms. Thomas just added that they're duly qualified. They applied and did not receive, but she was just basically telling you that they are a CHSP partner, member. So they're not some organization off the street that just came here and asked for money. So I think that we do need to support this. As I said at the last meeting, as I led this effort to get the funding that we had already allocated, T-Pain in our community is from our community, and our young people do look up to him. And as I said at the last meeting, I remember him when he was a little T-Pain, before he became T-Pain. And so to see where he has gone and what he has done, that's an inspiration to our young people. And I appreciate what you all are doing in having this build up to the event by having, I read what we put out there, you're having these kids come in, and instead of shooting it out, they're gonna rap it out. How fitting. That's what we used to do. You know, Raheem used to walk around with a big, box on his shoulder, and they used to dance it out and rap it out. Well, we're back to that. Put your guns down and pick up the mic. I think that this is a worthy cause. We must support this. If we don't, then we can just all pack up our bags and just go on back to our huts.
Sure.
But I do not like us confusing the community, because we could have asked a question, got an answer, and we could have been done with this agenda item. So I'm hoping, United Partners, that in the future, that you will ask the question, get the answer, so you'll know where this is happening and that it's not interfering with the previous allocation that we had. Things changed since the last meeting. That's all I want to say.
Is that a motion for staff recommendation?
Motion for staff recommendation.
Okay, probably moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Commissioner Richardson. I got Commissioner Porter, then I'll come back to Commissioner Richardson. But before, just real quick, one more time on the record. As the motion is stated with in-kind support, it will be coming out of the departments that provide that support with no impact to the CHSP funding, correct?
Yes, sir. May I read the motion?
Please.
So I can answer that question. So the recommended action is to direct staff to provide the North Florida Community Development Corporation with in-kind services valued at $49,500 in support of 50 years of hip-hop celebration concert. That's the motion. If approved, the accounting mechanics would be wherever the expenses are incurred, they'll just reside in those departments.
Yeah, and I think where some of the confusion is from the last meeting, and Ms. Tynan, I haven't had a chance to follow up with you. It's my understanding the event is going to be a huge success, so we had to have a change of venue. We had to move from the Anita Favors Park to the Adderley, which is going to be phenomenal. But on top of that, and quite frankly, I'll just put it out there, I appreciate Tallahassee Police Department law enforcement reviewing the law enforcement plan that was submitted by the Sheriff's Department and recognizing that with a crowd that is expected, what they were providing, we can assist. And so we have a different number that is being provided through in-kind. So it will come out of the departments, and I feel very comfortable with that as well. Commissioner Porter.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was, this may have been addressed, but just, it is confusing because the fiscal impact and the budget source both say, if approved, it is recommended that the $49,500 for in-kind services will be funded from the remaining fiscal year 23 gun violence intervention funding. So I hear what the motion is, and it sounds like we're all on the same page now, but, the agenda item as it currently exists, it is a little confusing.
Okay, let's make sure that we're all on the same page. The option as provided, Mr. Manager, $49,500 of in-kind will be coming out of the department budgets, will not be impacting the CHSP funding.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. This has been amended.
Yeah.
The $5,500, I think there might have been an error that as it carried forward.
Right now.
No, thank you, Commissioner. I'm reading what you're reading. The $5,500 was to come from that. I'm not sure if there was an issue, but I can confirm if you vote on this option, the dollars will come from the budgets of the departments providing it. So I think that provides adequate clarity.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, to be clear, I think we're all on the same page. I just wanted to, because of the speakers who came, I can see why there was some confusion. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amber, I want to thank you all for what you do. You all provide an invaluable service to the city through the UPHS process in supporting nonprofit organizations in our community. When this issue came up, I did suggest that we look at the gun violence money as a way to come up with the $5,000 that was at that time proposed. When you all expressed your concerns, I went back to the city manager, expressed that to him. He said, well, let's look at another option, which we did. And he suggested that it would come out of the budgets of those departments because Ms. Thomas and I talked, was it just yesterday? Just yesterday. And she asked for bus services to transport the members of the Marching 100 from the campus to Cascades for the event and return. So all of those things, all of this has been happening over the last 2 or 3 days. A lot of moving parts, but we're making it happen. Ashley has done a phenomenal job. The city manager has made a commitment to working with the North Florida Community Development Corporation to make this happen. Nobody has said we're going to renege on this event. We realize and recognize the importance of the event. But I thought that when I came to you earlier in the meeting and explained that none of those funds would come out of you.
I found this on the web.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my watch talking
Google
to me.
talking to you.
I guess you weren't convinced or just still had some concerns that maybe I wasn't informing you correctly. But I thought I made it clear that none of that we were going to do just the in-kind and that there was not be any cash donations to the event. So if I wasn't clear enough on that, then maybe I could have been clearer at that point. So I think that's one, and we certainly will continue to support that process. And if there are other groups, nonprofit organizations in the community that would like to access those funds, that they, of course, register with you all and go through that process. I, too, am very excited about this event. I think it will be a different approach to an issue that is, when we had a shooting during the FAMU homecoming parade near the intersection of Palmer Street and Wanish Way, during the time that the parade was going on, families, children, visitors to our city all congregated in that area, and within probably 2 blocks of where the parade was going on, we had an issue like that happen where a young lady was shot in the Bond community. So we've got to do some things differently. We've got to look at a different approach. And I truly believe that this is one of those. There are people who are involved with this that I have known for years, that I highly respect, that have a commitment to this community and addressing the issues in our community. And I believe, and I too have known T-Pain and his family. His dad is a good friend of mine, have known them for years. And so I believe that this is a different approach to what we've been trying to address for years now in the African-American community, and that is this gun violence issue. So I think it's kind of 2 different issues. I'm sorry that they got conflated here, if that's a correct word. But yeah, feel free or feel comfortable that none of that money is going to come out of the Community Human Service Partnership funds. It will come out of the department budgets. And of course, the organization will get the in-kind services, actually more than what was asked for now. And we will see that this is a successful event and have its intended outcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And apologies, I guess the confusion was the budget source item that's listed in the agenda item. So even if we had adopted staff recommendation, it wouldn't have been clear where the funding source would come from. So I'm glad as a board, we've recognized it, they got brought forward, and we now have clarity. Let our powers combine, that was Captain Planet, just for the reference on the Transformers. But I'm excited for this event. I mean, as it was said earlier, if we're going to 49,500, I don't personally have a preference on in-kind versus additional support, because those are real dollars, whether they're in-kind or not. They're dollars that are coming from the city budgets. I know there was conversation previously about an expectation of at least an amount around $5,000 or so that may have been budgeted for. So, at least my personal position is, as long as we have a cap on how much money we're spending, negotiations with the event organizers can clarify what's needed to make sure it's a successful event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. I'm going to bring this in for a landing because I think we got a solid majority on this.
Yeah.
I, too, want to take a second, deviate from the agenda item, and say thank you to CHSP and our UPH partners. Y'all do great work. And please tell everyone how much we appreciate day-to-day what's going on. Dr. Dean, Pastor, it's going to be a great event. I mean, I get the message. I know what we're doing. All the additional events that are going on, Larice, for y'all to be able to put this together in such a short amount of time, should be congratulated. It's going to be a great event. The fact that it has grown so quickly, Ashley, for you and the police department to be so agile during a very busy weekend that's coming up, and to be able to move it to the Adderley, which I think is a perfect venue for this event. And we've got some big names coming in. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I want to thank you and the team and Mr. Manager for helping us bring this in for a landing tonight, 2 days in advance. And I also want to put my 2 cents in, and if T-Pain is watching this commission meeting, I want him to know that as the mayor of Tallahassee, we welcome him with open arms. I cannot wait to personally shake his hand and introduce myself, and we're going to celebrate. He is a Grammy award-winning, internationally recognized artist. He has a foundation that supports children, both nationally and internationally. A bit of a Renaissance man, not only as an artist, but as an author. And I just cannot wait to shake his hand, give him a big hug, and welcome him back to Tallahassee, and we will celebrate in style.
Mr. Mayor, in addition, what we haven't mentioned is the marker that will be placed.
That's going to be put on hold for bigger and better things.
Okay.
So with that, for the item in the motion that's on the table.
Okay.
All those that are in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those that oppose. Passes unanimously in support, 5-0. Thank you very much. We're on item number 12.03. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, let me ask Adam Jacobs, our Director of Sustainability and Resilience, to come forward. If it's acceptable, Mayor Pro Tem, the next 2 items are related. What I would like to do is have Mr. Jacobs provide an overview presentation, and at the conclusion, stop and pause to allow you to vote on these 2 items. But I think that would be a good process flow, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to Adam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the progress that the city's made toward the goals, strategies, and actions identified in the Tallahassee Community Resilience Plan, which was adopted by the City Commission in July of 2019. In order to proactively prepare for the adverse events, the Tallahassee Community Resilience Plan includes 4 overarching goals that are advanced through multiple strategies and actions that seek to provide solutions to complex problems. Today, we'd like to highlight some of these actions, which represent a fraction of the hard work that is carried out by multiple departments across the city. As you can see, the plan has 4 goal areas, which are public safety and preparedness, hazard mitigation and climate adaptation, equity and social cohesion, planning, and integration. With a focus on public safety and preparedness, Goal 1 includes actions that range from funding human services to building stronger communities through neighborhood first planning to strengthening cybersecurity. Specific highlights include the city hosting a total of 17 planning for readiness and emergency preparedness workshops, or PREP workshops. And as part of the PREP program, the city also partnered with 6 outside agencies to bring additional resources to those workshops. With a focus on environmental protection, infrastructure hardening, and greenhouse gas reduction, Goal 2 includes initial actions related to high-performance buildings, utilities hardening, building preservation, and clean energy. And more specific highlights include the Commission adopting the city's clean energy plan in August of this year, Additionally, $4.4 million was awarded to fund the city's new Healthy Homes Tallahassee program, which will help address the health and safety of residential residences across the city, rental residences across the city. Goal 3 addresses issues like mobility, financial security, healthy food systems, among others, and highlights include the Tempo program's recent cohort graduating a record 180-plus participants, and 68 receiving their GED, 119 receiving technical certificates in areas such as barbering, cosmetology, culinary arts, welding, commercial drive-in, and HVAC. Additionally, Star Metro was awarded $36 million to further assist in transition the city's public transit fleet to battery electric buses. And finally, Goal 4 includes a focus on hardening infrastructure against emergencies, resilience planning for future projects, diversifying our economy, and local workforce hiring. And highlights for this year include the city being awarded over $438,000 in hazard mitigation grant program funding to provide backup power generation to 3 of the city's wastewater pump stations, with another $124,000 awarded to further strengthen the future Fire Station 17 on Lake Bradford Road. These are just a few of the accomplishments from across city government. I would like to take the opportunity, if I could, to highlight some of the capital projects that our sustainability and resilience team facilitate through either funding assistance or direct project oversight. So along with planning, developing, and implementing a number of sustainability and resilience related projects and programs, we oversee multiple capital projects that improve city facilities by either hardening them against natural disasters, equipping them for post-disaster response, or by remediating or upgrading aging systems. A significant focus of our team's capital projects involve bolstering some of the city's community centers with Resilience Hub features. Resilience Hub are city facilities that provide programming and services to the surrounding community in order to enhance neighborhood and household resiliency. Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs does an excellent job with these centers that in many ways already function as resilience hubs, such that our group's primary focus is to work hand in hand with them to complement the programmatic services with building improvements that will make these facilities more energy efficient, storm-proof, and better able to provide these ongoing services in the event of a disaster. The 4 identified resilience hubs are the Lincoln Center, the Senior Center, Jack McLean Community Center, and the Smith-Williams Service Center. The capital projects that we work on these facilities are almost exclusively funded through state and federal grant dollars identified in the slide you see, which our team leverages to tackle small and large projects alike. Again, Parks and Rec has been a great partner department as each of the current resilience hubs are located under their purview. And as we collaborate with them and other departments to identify projects that meet their needs, we help facilitate projects aligned with our sustainability and resilience goals. We'd like to quickly share some of those projects that we've recently completed or are in the process of completing in collaboration with Parks and Rec. And at the Senior Center, we've completed projects including an ADA door project, a ventilation project, and renovations on the 2nd floor. And we're in the process of a kitchen renovation, HVAC upgrades, and a roof replacement. At Smith-Williams and neighboring Walker Ford, we've worked with Parks and Rec to complete energy efficiency light upgrades and water mitigation projects, water intrusion mitigation projects. We're also in the process of constructing a solar pavilion, replacing the roof, and completing HVAC upgrades. At Jack McLean, we've upgraded to more energy efficient lighting, and we've addressed water intrusion while we're working toward HVAC upgrades and a backup power generator. At the Lincoln Center, a restroom renovation was completed to improve ADA compliance, and energy efficient lighting upgrades were also made. In progress, we're working on a roof replacement as well as a door and window replacement to improve storm resistance and energy efficiency. We're also working on several other grant-funded projects that are outside the direct scope of Resilience Hubs, but still have a sustainability and resilience tie-in. As you can see on this slide, these projects address energy efficiency, storm-proofing, and more. And here's where we would have moved to option 1, but we'll continue. So as you can see in our resilience plan update, we just highlighted some of the great examples of work being done across the city to meet our sustainability and resilience goals. And as we continue to implement these types of projects, we're here this afternoon seeking approval to apply for a Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant, also known as BRIC Grant, which serves as an opportunity to address and improve safety and efficiencies at the Lincoln Center. Moving these capital projects forward, our team is always cognizant always cognizant of the importance of seeking out and leveraging other funding opportunities, especially those that can assist with funding larger projects that have been identified as priorities. So the 2023 BRIC grant represents an opportunity for local governments to help mitigate risks and impacts from natural disasters, as well as foster greater community resiliency. It's a nationally competitive grant from FEMA that's passed through DEM with national available funding at $1 billion, and award decisions are expected to be announced in late 2024. And applying for this grant aligns with the city's 2024 strategic plan, specifically regarding leveraging grant dollars, as well as our resilience plan, which speaks to hardened city facilities and supporting resilience hubs. As part of our background in matching this funding opportunity with projects, our team collaborated with grants management, resource management, parks, recreation, neighborhood affairs, and other city departments, and determined that improvements for the Lincoln Center would be a good fit for BRIC grant to potentially fund, as you see in front of you, HVAC replacement, backup power generation, and stormwater improvements. So we're asking the commission to consider approving option 1 to authorize the application for the Florida Division of Emergency Management for a Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant to support stormwater mitigation, backup power generation, and HVAC upgrades for the Lincoln Center. And we also have Martin DeHaven, our capital project manager, here with me to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on 12.03 or 12.04? We can go ahead and take them together.
No, sir.
Okay. Adam, first of all, I just want to say, you are an incredible representative of the city government. Everybody that I've ever met in the community that has worked with you, whether it's one of our urban farms all the way to one of our resilience projects, has nothing but absolutely incredible things to say about you. Thank you for how you reflect the city of Tallahassee and your work ethic. Really do appreciate it. Any comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, I would first make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation on option number 1.
Okay, motion's been made to adopt staff recommendation for option number 1, which is to accept the report. Seconded by Commissioner Porter.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Just wanted to say how pleased I am, I'm sure all of us are, with the work that you all have done. In a lot of instances, where, especially the community center upgrades, those will serve communities that are a lot of times at risk when storm issues or other issues of that effect come through, and so they will have a place to go now if utilities are knocked out or trees fall on the house. And so I just want to thank you all, the staff that has worked so diligently to make all of this happen and to make our community a resilient community. So thank you so much for all that good work.
Motion for staff recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. On 12.04, it is the motion that is recommended is to move forward with authorization for the application, Florida Division of Emergency Management for the Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant.
Move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation's been properly moved.
I thought that was the one that I had recommended.
No, the first one was on 12.03, which was to just to accept the plan update.
Okay, my bad. I
That's
said
okay.
1204, but
Okay.
Well, I could have very well misunderstood you, and I apologize.
isn't that what I said, 12? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's all right. We accepted the plan. We're going.
Oh, okay,
We're doing
okay.
the grant right now too.
Okay.
All those in favor? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Adam, again, thank you for keep up the great work. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any other policy formation direction coming before the City Commission?
No, sir.
Okay. We have a public hearing at 6 o'clock. We will be back in 29 minutes.
29.
Thank you for joining us for tonight's public hearing. We will now call the meeting to order at 6:05 with the mayor nearby. We will begin with item 14.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 14.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 23-0-39, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 20, Article 5, trespass towing of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 23-0-39. The requested amendments allow for a more thorough process and transparency for companies and civilians whose cars have been towed. The towing companies are also requesting an increase in fees they are allowed to charge for trespass towing. The fees for the removal of Class A vehicles have not increased since 2015, and the fees for Class B and C vehicles has not been raised since 2000. Tallahassee fees are currently one of the lowest in the state. Additionally, there is a request for a $35 fee when a dolly is to be used for the safe tow of a vehicle. An explanation of why the dolly was used shall be noted on the receipt provided to the owner or registered owner of the vehicle. Finally, roam tow hours are requested to be changed from midnight to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. This proposed expanded time frame will benefit individuals with reserved parking spaces as well as the private property owners and towing companies. Proposed ordinance number 23-0-39 was introduced on October 25, 2023, and is before the City Commission for public hearing and adoption. Reserve Officer Mel Gaston of TPD, as well as Teresa Fleury, the police legal advisor, are available to address any questions you may have.
Excellent. Ms. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have one speaker on the item, Mayor, Bernard Stevens.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr., and my address is exempt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's sad what was just read, that all these years that went by, these people done y'all dirty work, picking up these cars and towing them, and they got to beg to have something increased that you should have saw a long time ago. And now, all of a sudden, elections coming up, we want to start acting like we got issues pressing, and we really want to move on them. Yeah, I see. But see, what happens is here, these tow truck companies are really going to pile down on the ones in these impoverished communities who got a 24-hour tow and also require a permit when their facility closes at 5 o'clock. If a guest shows up to that property at any given time, after that, the tow truck is authorized to go in there and remove the vehicle. Now, how can someone that's already facing poverty go retrieve a vehicle that's almost $200? How does that work? How does somebody that is facing repossession have to deal with that from the bank? I want you all to really look at the handwriting on the wall. Y'all done messed up the church's money, and now you're trying to just continue to raise stuff because you know you messed up. No, ain't happening. I want them to get their raises. But then I see your little parking professional. Every time Florida State got something going on over there on Madison Street as I do my investigation, man, they over there tearing them up writing tickets, huh? How much money you get for parking, Reese Gold? You can't answer that question out loud.
This is your time.
Yeah, I bet it is. Everybody else seemed to got more time than I did. It's on record. May that reflect? Yeah, y'all want to continue to play with my emotions and intellect. I tell you what, you all better understand something and understand something clear. If you got a sound and direct plan, you will know when something done fell off the hinges. And clearly y'all plan is not sound. It is not sound because it's broken, and you all think you are the thinkers for the community. You can't think for me. You can't think for me. They can't think for me. Reese Gold show can't think for me. Money, huh? Money. Y'all keep playing with the church's money. And the city money messed up too, shall I add? On board docs, did you know that you're charging rent for your buses to sit on property? City property. How the hell does the city charge for their own city equipment, Reese Gold? You ain't got no answer to that either, huh? Your board docs ain't got no receipts. It ain't got no documentation of where all that money going. You got a bunch of numbers. Oh, the FBI gonna love y'all with this public corruption. Huh? Y'all think y'all continue to play. Hey, Curtis, take your name out the hat. Diane, go ahead and resign. John Daly, I'm telling y'all now, y'all name is ringing a bell in the community. Y'all have messed up. City attorney, before you get ready to resign, I suggest you, Reese Gold and John Daly, y'all ought to have a sit down with me in regards to the documentation that I have. I'm saying that on record as well. I need my sit down for the end of the week. And while Ms. Teresa up here finna come talking on behalf of the police department, I want her to go ahead and be evident to everything else that's going on too. I reside my time.
Our next speaker, please.
No other speakers on the item.
Okay, we are on item number 14.01.
Move for staff recommendation.
Okay, staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on 14.02. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 14.02 is the first of two public hearings on ordinance number 23-0-41. The second public hearing is scheduled for December 13, 2023. An ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 10 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code concerning the allowed location of fraternity and sorority land uses, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first of two public hearings on ordinance number 23-0-41 and schedule the second and final public hearing for December 13, 2023 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. At the October 11, 2023 City Commission meeting, an ordinance was introduced to amend Chapter 10 of the Land Development Code regarding the allowed location of fraternity and sorority houses. Subsequently, staff developed ordinance number 23-0-41, which updates the zoning districts and geographic areas within the zoning districts where these uses are allowed, revising the allowed locations to be those areas where the majority of fraternity and sorority houses are known to be currently located. The ordinance was introduced at the October 25, 2023 Commission meeting. Growth Management staff is available to address any questions.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. The first speaker is Bobby Nahum, and the second speaker will be Bernard Stevens.
Excellent. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Bobby Nahum, East Call Street. I just want to say that I am definitely in support of you all passing this. I think that it is good for not only downtown, but it's good for basically the entire county, or the whole city, that is. There's just certain areas where fraternities and sororities do not belong being, especially in residential neighborhoods. You know, the area of the fraternity house that started this whole thing is a perfect example. And while we may or may not be able to do anything about that, at least we can prevent this from happening again. And I think that that is a step in the right direction. And I want to thank all y'all for your swift action in trying to fix this problem. It's been really good to see you guys respond in such a swift and decisive manner on this subject. So again, just want to say I'm in support of passing this, and want to thank y'all. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Bernard Stevens.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yep, it's Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens Jr., and my address is exempt. So help me understand something. So now, here we are, once again, something on the table in regards to rezoning and blocking stuff off, and you pass the ordinance. What is the population of Tallahassee in regards to it without the students? Anybody have an answer off the top of the head? I didn't think so. I know. Interesting. Why do I know and you don't? So here we are, college town, that pretty much put all the revenue in the city, which I may mention last meeting. You all decide that now it's a preventative time to act and do something. And the gentleman couldn't have said it better. You acted so swift. What about Bernard Stevens' issue? What about my issue? Once again, other people have come up here before you today, and they have gotten answered quickly. Sister Cox immediately got up, went and attended to Greg James after he had already spoke on record. He stood right up here in front of you all. And she moved and had a conversation with you. Hey, he got more time, did he not? Because whatever she came to whisper to you was whatever she heard from him. I ain't playing with y'all, man. I don't have time to play with y'all. I'm telling you, this malfeasance and corruption y'all got going on, it's enough. You don't answer one, you forgetting about everybody else. How somebody supposed to live with that on a daily coming up here? And then y'all always praising somebody like y'all don't never do nothing wrong, but get up every meeting, our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Do you know the words that you're saying? I don't think you do. You don't even hold yourselves accountable. That's why your leadership needs to just be removed. I'm telling you, I am, Lord help us all. You will use the Lord's name in vain, but you still have poor. 22 years this man been in the seat. She's standing up here acting like she got all the answers herself. Yet instead, her pastor got all that land over there on Ridge Road building houses to get housing money from the government to act like he done a great deal in this city. Your police department also be over on Bethel property, but nobody else property in the city. No other church. Man, listen, reach gold. I need that resignation. Because you need to go ahead and resign. Because when I come with the rest of this information for the rest of these things I got to talk about, look, you ain't got no hope. You done racked up almost $5-6 million in the city. I know you got in savings from what they pay you, and you do nothing. You do nothing. And always y'all praising yourself. Boy, I'm glad you got that look on your face that's a frown. I'm glad you do. Because I'm tired of you. I'm tired of your leadership. I'm tired of Sister Cox's leadership. I'm tired of John Daly too. Because y'all act like y'all don't see no wrong. No wrong. People come up here begging and talking to y'all and y'all, oh, it's okay. We don't see it that way. And then for them people to have it on black and white with their concerns, you approve something that's in black and white already on the agenda and they saw it. And then for you to even say it on record it's not in black and white, what is it that you're going to sign? You're not going to sign what's amended, are you? You're going to sign what you just discussed up here. Fraud. Keep playing with the church money.
Thank you.
Mr.
Our next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know about anyone else, but I feel threatened. I feel threatened. I just want to go on record and register that because it's getting more and more aggressive.
It is.
And we're not saying.
I'm going to ask you, please, keep it down. I got the Mayor Pro Tem. That is speaking right now.
I just want to register that I feel threatened.
Understood. Thank you. Our next speaker.
No other speakers on the item.
Okay. So we are on item 14.02.
Move staff recommendation.
All right. It's been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any other further discussion? Sure, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping, could we get information about how this change is going to affect the fraternity house in question?
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
No.
So they'll be able to continue?
Correct.
In service as a fraternity house?
Correct. They are grandfathered in.
Okay. I'm okay with that, and I do think as long as we're not taking something that's already established from anybody, I'm comfortable moving forward. I was uncomfortable when this first got brought up, again, in the text messages, the conversation related to, I'm thinking of things like City Walk. Could we remove a use from a zoning category to handle issues like City Walk? To me, that is a very slippery slope if we start looking at specific uses to deter those types of things, which we claimed were just because of an individual nuisance in the past. So I think this is responsible and reasonable, but I don't want to create a slippery slope where we're trying to limit housing legal uses of where people can house people who are struggling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We're not. Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 14.03. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 14.03 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 23-0-42, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, deleting Section 2-10 and amending Section 2-16 of the Code of General Ordinances concerning financial disclosures, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 23-0-42. During the legislative session 2023, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 774, which was codified as Chapter 2023-49 of the Laws of Florida that amends Chapter 112 of the Florida Statutes, the State Ethics Code. Specifically, Section 112.3144, Florida Statutes, was amended to require, as of January 1, 2024, all elected officials to file on an annual basis a full and public disclosure of financial interests, which is known as the Florida Ethics Commission's Form 6 Financial Disclosure Form. Prior to 2023, elected officials were required to file a less detailed disclosure form known as Form 1.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
One speaker on this item, Mayor, Bernard Stevens.
All right. Name and address for the record, please. Mr. Stevens, let's stick to the item, please, and not make personal attacks.
Hey, sir, it's not no personal attacks. It's pure facts. When people are upset, it's okay. I got a freedom of speech. It's my constitutional right. If I'm exposing truth, you have to accept it. Now, my name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr., and my address is exempt. Ladies and gentlemen, Sister Cox made a statement at your last meeting in reference to your financial disclosures as if you all were pertinent following what the legislator required. I had a phone call with the people over at the Ethics Committee, and they said they've been doing that since 2000, and it wasn't required by the Florida legislator until this year. So you know what that goes to show me? For you all to tell me that you had a document, right, and it was identical to that, why wouldn't you go ahead and just file with them if they've been operating since the 2000s? So you do your own thing, and now that they pushing the needle, you want to act. So how are we acting? Are we acting in response to that, or are we sitting around here trying to change people's narrative once again? I feel threatened as well. The simple fact that I bring to you all truth and transparency, and then she wants to holler that she feels threatened. I feel bothered by a lie. That's how I feel. Now, if I wouldn't have called them, I would have believed what she said. But she said on record, and the record will reflect when I pull the minutes. It's also going to reflect what you said, she said, and he said. Remember that? Stand up to what you said. It's accountability. You said it. And then for you to even sit here and comment and say, it has gotten enough, are you going to infringe on my constitutional rights as well? Are you going to tell me that I can't speak? I can't use passion? I can't use nothing? Is that what you're going to say? You're going to suppress my speech? You all utilize power in a sense as if nobody else in the community has power. You don't even listen to me. You think I'm just some big joke. No financial records. You could have been doing that. Everything that everybody's coming up to you, you could have been done. You knew about it. No human operates and don't know mentally what's going on. Nobody does that. But you all did say what you said on record, your last meeting in regards to the financial records. You said that. It was identical. I look forward to comparing all of that when I get my public records request in reference to that as well, because that just does not make sense to me. It does not make sense to me how you say you are following the state when the state already provided something to you. You did not have to be forced to do it, but you could have done it. And the fact that they pushed the needle, now you act and then say, we follow rules from them. You are supposed to be fighting inside the community and then fighting against those who are over there making them laws. You're supposed to be a voice. How are you being the voice to the community? How? By denying everything everybody is telling you that's truth, or sitting here being a puppet playing with the money? And then to tell me to stick to the topic. You didn't tell anybody else that.
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you for my 30 seconds, Mr. Cook. Mr. Mayor, I'm asking for my meeting once again. I have concerns. And it's a matter of national security, sir. May the record reflect.
Our next speaker, please.
No additional speakers.
All right, let's move on the item.
Move staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Staff recommendation's been properly moved. I'll second the motion as well. Commissioner Mallow, do you have comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 4-0 with Commissioner Williams-Cox out of chambers. We are on item number 4. Did you vote on that matter? In favor, 5-0. We are on item number 14.04. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 14.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 23-Z-29, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Harmony Oaks Plan Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on 17.47 plus or minus acres at the northwest corner of Crawfordville Highway and Whitaker Road on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 23-Z-29. Any ex parte disclosures regarding this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system. The application is for an amendment to the existing Harmony Oaks PUD located on approximately 17.47 acres at the northwest corner of Crawfordville Highway and Whitaker Road. The proposed amendment increases the residential component and correspondingly decreases the commercial component by approximately 2 acres. There will be no increase in the number of residential units or commercial square footage. The applicant is 3 Palms Properties, LLC. Planning staff is available should you have any questions.
Excellent. Mr. Cook, do we have any comment on this?
We have one speaker on this item, Sean Marston.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Sean Marston, Urban Catalyst Consultants, 28 51 Remington Green Circle. I'm representing Three Palms property on this application and look for your support, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
No other speakers.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. 14.05, Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.05 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 23-Z-30, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designated and including additional territory located on 0.47 acres located approximately 300 feet from the intersection of Tram Road and South Monroe Street, and as and in the City of Tallahassee Commercial Parkway, C2 commercial, general commercial, from medium-density residential MR1 on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee adopted and established by the City Commission, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance 23-Z-30. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system. The application is for rezoning of 0.47 acres from medium-density residential to general commercial. The subject property is located 300 feet southeast of the intersection of Tram Road and South Monroe Street and will provide a uniform zoning pattern for the subject area. The applicant is Paramar Investments, LLC, and Pool Engineering and Surveying is the listed agent. The rezoning will return the parcel to its original zoning of C2 and not change the allowed density or intensity of the property. Planning staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Not on this item, no, sir.
All right. Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, anything else to come before us at the public hearing?
There are no further public hearings.
Excellent. We're on unagended speakers. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have this evening?
Give me 1 minute, Mayor. And I know we have additional speaker forms coming. Right now I have 16.
All right, let's begin.
Bernard Stevens is our first speaker, followed by Harry Brown. Not seeing Mr. Stevens, why don't we go to Mr. Brown? And I'll call Mr. Stevens again. Oh, Stevens is here.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr., and my address is exempt. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Per city policy, members are responsible for activating their body-worn AVR upon exiting their vehicle and engage in other department-related activity where recording is mandated or otherwise warranted. This right here, once again, interaction with the Tallahassee Police Department. Now, in this particular case, there is only one statement from one officer, all right? I had contact with 3 individuals. So, if I had contact with 3 individuals, why is it that we only have 1 report? Now, this also comes to happen that the Tallahassee Police Department, once again, has no documentation at all stating anybody who runs in contact with the public have to write a report. They don't do that. They don't do none of that. So now you're using all the tools and resources possible to mess up the word. The Bible says in the beginning, remember, in the beginning was the Word, W-O-R-D, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. Now, key thing to that is word. So when you got a bunch of words and you fumble over them, you cover up your wrongdoing. You have clearly identified that in black and white with my public records request that I brought to you in March. I am telling you now, I'm asking for some justice. You all cannot give me justice of wrongdoing on your own city policy and procedures that you all put in place. Then your incident detail.
You allow these officers to call people whatever they want to call them, and then you tell the people in the community, this is what a police officer said. This individual had the audacity to say, Stevens immediately demanded us stating that he was not going to talk to us until his sisters arrived. I don't have to contact with law enforcement to say anything to them. If I give you a response, you take that response. You don't go back and forth with me. Your officers continue to do that. And you wonder why we still have arrests, huh? You all are playing with the system. You're playing with the system. Reese Gold, man, listen. Let me get on in here. If you all want a copy of this, it's called The Preservation of Integrity. I'll be more than happy to send it to you. It is also on public record because I have done that. Per city policy for the Tallahassee Police Department, professional development and career management are key factors in mission success and job satisfaction. The department provides training, professional development opportunities to the extent allocating funding allows us to improve member knowledge, skills, and abilities. Wow. So you got all of that going on. Members are directly accountable to their actions through the chain of command to the chief of police. Ha! 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 I'll wait on my meeting. I'll wait on my meeting. I'm telling you now, malfeasance is evident. You want to shut me up? Go ahead. The judge will love that. I digress my time for the record.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Harry Brown. Harry Brown is next, followed by James Jackson.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Harry Brown, and I'm here to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. And before you and I start bickering, the third lady that spoke on item 11.03, you never even turned your timer on for her. Others saw it out here too. I tell you, you're not attentive to what you're doing here.
Mr. Clerk, make sure we turn the timer on. I don't have control of the timer.
Duly noted, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, Daley, after everything I have shown you, how Anita Favors abused her power to deny my severance, do you feel that I still do not deserve my severance? You're not going to answer. I know you do not want to hear what I have to say when I come before you, because you do not want to hear the truth. Years ago, I came before the commission speaking the truth, and they installed a kill switch to shut me down. That resulted in seven white gentlemen coming before the commission to speak on my behalf. The seven told the commission that they were violating my First Amendment rights and that they were doing that because they didn't want to hear the ugly truth about themselves. By the way, did you confer with your spiritual leader as to whether you were treating me properly with my situation? Did you? I have observed that you do not care about how you handle some of us when we come before you. There's a lot of wrong that you seem to ignore. Reese Gold's wrong you ignore, along with Curtis Richardson's use of profanity from the dais. When one has to resort to the use of profanity, that is an indication of limited intelligence. Please, Tallahassee, make room for Ms. Dot Inman Johnson, who cares about city employees. When Sharon O'Farney lied, saying that she did not know about a city policy that was penned by Ms. Dot Inman Johnson, that was written on behalf of city employees. Ms. Johnson wanted to take off from her job and come to the city hall to show Sharon and Anita Favors the policy. These are the kind of people we need in this racist and bigoted government.
You're at 30 seconds.
The city charter allows them to get away with it. Attorney Jackson, you are a beautiful black woman being abused in this dunghill government after 5 years. You can now imagine what I went through for 19 years and 3 months. Ms. Jackson, you will do well wherever you go. I know there are many prayers up for you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much.
You have many prayers coming from me. And
Thank you very much.
Bailey, you need to get it right.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Yeah.
James Jackson is next, followed by Bobby Nahum.
Name and address for the record.
My name is James Jackson, 86 Blue Heron Point.
You'll have to forgive me. This is my first foray into city government, so I really don't know what's going on. I thought I was going to be the only person here complaining about the lack of accountability and transparency of the Tallahassee Police Department. Apparently, I'm not the only one. It seems to be a big issue. I'd like to read from the Tallahassee Police Department Rules of Conduct. If you want to turn that camera on, you guys can read along with me if you'd like. It says that the City of Tallahassee and the department expect a high level of professional and personal conduct from all members, regardless of rank or assignment. I haven't seen that in the Tallahassee Police Department. Let me correct myself. I've seen that once from a Lieutenant Roger Samuelson, who should actually be a captain, okay? Just so you guys know. Let me continue with that. Read a couple more of these because I'm reading these for a reason. I have video evidence of policy violations. And I've been informed by Sergeant Karen Ryan that these weren't policy violations. Yes, Selesky, when I finally caught him outside, he's a little more careful with his words. He won't come right out and say that they're not policy violations. He'll just back up Ryan. Boykin, however, he'll just chime in with whatever comes to mind, very disrespectful, telling me, oh, well, go fill out a card to speak to the county commissioners. Not trying to help me, just being a smart aleck. You know, I think that's a lack of respect. Well, let me go ahead and continue with this, though. Members shall at all times take appropriate action in accordance with department orders, rules, and procedures. The department is responsible for facilitating documented ethics training to all members at a minimum biannually. I think that's what it's supposed to say. All members are required to review and acknowledge the City of Tallahassee's ethics statement. I guess you guys are all familiar with the City of Tallahassee's ethics guide for 2023 because it says, I haven't seen much of that either. I'm under the assumption that the City of Tallahassee, that the Tallahassee Police Department is part of the City of Tallahassee and that the ethics guide applies to them as well. But your core values on your ethics guide is integrity, honesty, commitment, excellence, and respect. And I haven't really seen that from the Tallahassee Police Department, okay? Again, with the general orders, this says members do not have an expectation of privacy within the workplace and members should be cognizant of the following, blah, 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 blah. And it's talking about you're not supposed to be leaving your stuff around in the police department and all that, but it does say that they don't have an expectation of privacy in the workplace. And I would think that would especially mean in the public lobby of the Tallahassee Police Department. Again, like I say, I got video of the Tallahassee Police Department threatening to throw me out, threatening to arrest me, threatening physical violence on me, when I haven't violated any laws. I'm in a public lobby. I'm exercising my First Amendment rights. I go up. I try to make complaints about it to Sergeant Ryan and Mike Selesky. They want to tell me that there's no policy violations.
Thank you very much.
I got the video evidence right here, and video doesn't lie.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wish I was on the clock for 3 or 4 hours waiting to talk.
Mayor,
Let's have a little order so everybody has the opportunity to speak. Yep. Everybody is given the same amount of time of 3 minutes. Otherwise, we will adjourn. Do I make myself clear? Okay. Our next speaker, please.
Bobby Nahum. Bobby Nahum will be followed by Victor Cardenas.
Name and address for the record, please.
Bobby Nahum, East Call Street. So I wanted to talk about this issue separately. It's kind of related to what we've been dealing with 1402 today, but it's different. So when we started getting into this whole thing with the fraternity and the zoning and all that stuff, part of that process was assessing what zoning districts are located downtown. So as you guys know, downtown, certain parts of downtown are different than others. There's certain parts, mainly I'd say like east of Gadsden, that are primarily residential with a little bit of office space mixed in. But you've got 3 zoning districts aside from residential preservation in that area: Central Urban 45, Central Core, and then also you have the SCD, which is Special Something District. But so what I found is there's some interesting permitted uses in those districts that are definitely out of sync with the residential part of downtown, especially. So for instance, in CU 45, which is located on East Park Avenue, just west of Franklin, as well as part of College, just west of Franklin, and also on Beverly Street too, on the south side of Beverly Street. Automotive service and repair shops are allowed. government offices and services, laundromats, dry cleaning, retail, food and grocery, indoor amusements, including bowling, billiards, indoor theaters, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that we can all agree that on that part of downtown, those permitted uses are definitely out of sync. You know, I was thinking last night, what would I rather live next to? Would I rather live next to an automotive repair shop or a fraternity house? And I think I'm leaning towards the automotive repair shop, just because at least I'd have peaceful nights. But I think, you know, if I was a nurse or something working night shift, I would prefer to live next to a fraternity because we're up at the same time. But in reality, all joking aside, there's a lot of permitted uses in that area that I think we need to eliminate long-term to prevent the same type of issue we had with the fraternity moving in on East College Street. And, you know, you guys have a lot on your plate. You don't catch everything, so that's why you have people like us who are paying attention to this, and we're alerting you guys. So, and then there's Central Core as well, which is over on the south part of College Avenue, just west of Franklin. So, you know, that's all also residential with a little bit of professional offices, maybe some multifamily mixed in there. So that automotive rental, automotive repair, cocktail lounges and bars, commercial sports, equipment rental, outdoor storage, laundromats, dry cleaning, motor vehicle, fuel sales, you know, and then you even have like the special district, which is
You're at 30 seconds.
Also east of Gadsden as well, which is all primarily residential. You know, and that allows like, that's a little bit better, but it allows funeral homes, and I believe it allows laundromats and dry cleaning. So I think you guys should look at the downtown as a whole and kind of reassess and fix some of these issues so we don't have problems in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Victor Cardenas, followed by Samuel Doler.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Victor Cardenas, and I will not be giving you my address at this time. Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, I'm here to demand that the City Council create a resolution to condemn the State of Israel and to demand an end to U.S. funding to this genocidal apartheid state. You've heard all of the numbers again and again. You've heard the numbers, you've seen the destruction. The 8,000 people dead did not die on their own. They died because of the Israeli government. They died because the Zionists' bloodthirsty campaign to wipe the Palestinian people from their own land. And you stand there and you don't say anything. You stand there with inaction. How dare you? We've heard from members of the community today who have expressed their own discontent with this government that seems to have a fear of taking any sort of action, whether it be towards the corrupt police department or towards the genocidal apartheid state. The numbers are there, but clearly that isn't going to convince you. So instead, I'll relate to you on a human level, on a level of basic decency. Every single one of you, I'm sure, has a family, people you care about, people you love. I'm willing to wager that that number is less than 8,000. Could you imagine if every single person that you cared about, that you loved, was killed, and the murderer boasts about their killing, about their destruction? Would you not want justice? Would you not want somebody to call out and say that this is wrong? I think every single one of you would take action then. If you would take action then why won't you take action now? The city of Tallahassee, while it may seem insignificant now, has an ability to stand in history on the right side of justice, to not stand with this Zionist settler colonial state. Despite all of the mounting evidence of human rights violations.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
The overwhelming condemnation by the international community. You still refuse to take action. I think the only thing that reminds me of this situation that could really make an impact here is to remember a video that was taken by a Gaza reporter of a man who was screaming in the rubble of a destroyed city, holding his daughter in his arms, calling for justice, but no justice will come because Israel bombed all the hospitals.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
End this injustice.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Our next speaker, please.
Samuel Doler, and then Oliver Cheese.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Samuel Doler, Northwest 130th Avenue. Over the last month, we've witnessed a civilian population bombed maliciously and nonstop every single day for the last month. There are 2 million people inside of Gaza who appear to be of no concern to Israel and of no concern to the commissioners here today. Last time we held one of these commission meetings, there was no comment on the genocide of Palestinians. Not a single word was spoken outside of defense of a program. That's all that you decided that you wanted to talk about. Well, we're here to talk about the lives of 10,000 Palestinians who have been slaughtered as you've sat by and done nothing. Their blood is on your hands. You have done nothing inside of your seat of power to condemn these actions. When you go home, when you tuck in your child, remember that half of Gazans don't have a home. Remember that several people have lost their children, their parents, and the losses, the pain is immeasurable. When you take a loved one to the hospital, remember that half of hospitals inside of Gaza are not operational right now. Pregnant women do not have places to go. So we demand you stand against genocide because it is the only decent thing to do. Not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. You have been silent, completely silent for a month, and we demand that you end that tonight. We demand decency. We demand you show us that you value human life. We demand that you are accountable to us. We demand that the value of 10,000 Palestinians exceeds the value of the bribes that you seem to be taking. And if you're not taking bribes, I don't know why you're just allowing a genocide to happen for free. That's somehow worse. 18 years is not a normal life expectancy. That is not a normal thing to happen. That is something that happens through ethnic cleansing. That is something that happens through apartheid. That is something that happens through living inside of an open-air prison and being degraded to be less than a human. And that is not okay. That is not how we treat human beings in this world. You will be remembered if you do not stand against this tonight, alongside the Dixiecrats who refuse to stand against slavery. You will be remembered as some of the most atrocious people in history because their blood is on your hands.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Our next speaker, please.
Oliver Cheese, and then Robert Lee.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Oliver Cheese, and I will not be giving you my address. I'm going to start with the same thing I started with last time, because this is not the first time we've done this. The United Nations has condemned the state of Israel. Almost every country in the world has expressed support for a ceasefire in Palestine. The people of Tallahassee are standing up and telling you that this cannot be ignored. Palestine lost more of its young men in the past month than have died in the entire war in Ukraine. We demand that the city of Tallahassee condemn the atrocities and the ethnic cleansing committed by the state of Israel and call for an end to U.S. funding for a state sponsor of genocide. We demand an end to all connections connections between the Tallahassee Police Department and any Israeli police or military institutions. We all heard those wonderful speakers earlier. If there is one thing that TPD does not need, it is to be rubbing elbows with genocidal murderers. And we demand a total and complete end to any future relations with the State of Israel. I am begging you to see and to acknowledge the plight of the Palestinian people and to reassure the Palestinian community here in Tallahassee that their city government hears their voice and is here for them. The city government which the people elect. That city government which the people should depend on to protect them. And that city government which the people will hold responsible for sitting still during a genocide. We want justice for those Palestinian students who were called animals at events backed by FSU administration. We want justice for the Palestinian Americans across this country who have been butchered in horrific hate crimes committed by white supremacist Zionist thugs. We want justice for the Palestinians in Gaza being slaughtered in their thousands by the terrorist state of Israel. We want justice. We want justice in Palestine, and justice in Palestine starts with getting justice here in Tallahassee. For getting justice for the Palestinian community in Tallahassee and for all of the peace and freedom-loving people here in Tallahassee who know a genocide when we see one.
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you. We want justice everywhere, and we will not let politicians stand in the way of justice. The hammer is coming down, and the city of Tallahassee has a very crucial decision to make. Will it stand with genocide? Will it stand with apartheid? Will it stand with racism? Or will it stand with the people and carry the people forward to victory? I yield my time.
The next speaker, please.
Next is Robert Lee, then Lakin Thompson.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Robert Lee, and I won't be giving my address.
3 minutes.
So we've had several speakers up here already. Y'all have heard the numbers. I'm not as eloquent of a speaker as Oliver over here. He did a great job. So I'm just going to try to appeal to y'all's humanity. I'm a father. I have 2 kids. I have a 13-year-old and I have an 11-year-old. Also have nieces and nephews. I have cousins that are young children. I'm sure y'all either have children or nieces or nephews, grandchildren, young kids in your lives that are important to you. And, you'll more than likely get to see them soon on Thanksgiving, on Christmas. You guys will get to hang out. You guys will get to, be a big, happy family. But for thousands and thousands of people right now in Palestine, that won't be a reality. They won't get to see their loved ones. They won't get to tuck in their children. They won't get to hug them again. They won't get to tell their children that they love them. Is that the side of history that y'all want to be on? This is the bare minimum. You don't have the power with the stroke of a pen to cease fire in Israel. We're literally just asking you to just say that, that would be a good idea. Maybe we should stop genocide. It's not a hard decision. If not, just know that one day in the future, you will very likely be looking into your children or your grandchildren's faces when they ask you what you did when this was happening, what you did when the genocide of Palestine was going down, and you'll have to tell them that you did nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Lakin Thompson, and then Joel Nunez.
Your name and address for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Lakin Thompson. I will not be giving you my address. This is genocide, your indifference to genocide is insane, not just as someone who represents the government, but as an individual, for you to support the genocide of an entire people, this is not a political issue. we have, this month, we've watched children die, online. And this is just insane how, they're writing children's names on, or to identify the children killed by these bombs that the Israeli government is just, and they'll justify it and say that it's for Hamas to try to eradicate Hamas. But in reality, Israel wants to eradicate the Palestinian people because that is the only way that an ethno-state can exist. Zionism is white supremacy. It requires white supremacy. It requires that you kill the people that were there before. We demand that Palestine, not only that there's a ceasefire, but that Palestine be liberated and freed from the Israeli apartheid. It's just not enough to stop the killing. This will not stop until Israel does not exist. Israel does not have a right to exist. They are the terrorists in this scenario. And the only reason that, it's very interesting how when, Ukraine was having this issue that we had so much sympathy for the Ukrainians. But when it comes to the Palestine people, we have no sympathy for them. We call them animals. We call them, dehumanize these people. And we know why. We know why it's never been popular to fight for people of color, to fight for the oppressed people. But people know when there's crimes being done and people will speak
You're at
out.
30 seconds.
Because hope will outlive hatred. The people will not allow this to happen. You get what I mean? They will not allow this. And you think that things are going to blow over and people will forget, but people will never forget what you've done. People will never forget your involvement, your indifference to the killing of innocent lives.
You're at 3 minutes.
Free Palestine. Palestine deserves to be free.
Our next speaker, please.
Joel Nunez, followed by Rav Sakayir.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joel Nunez. I live in Tallahassee, Florida, and I'm the president of FSU Students for a Democratic Society. And I can tell y'all are getting tired of all the speeches already, just by your faces and your general attitude towards public speakers, which, as we all know now, is not the greatest. So yeah, I can tell y'all are getting tired of this, but the Palestinians are getting tired of being killed en masse. The Palestinian community here in Tallahassee is tired of having their backs turned on them by the city government. They're tired of being ignored. People are dying. People's families are dying. People here in Tallahassee, and y'all have no sympathy. I mean, it's no mystery the city of Tallahassee has, connections to Israel. I know the Sister City program ended or whatever, but, that was never even publicly announced. I know that there is Zionism prevalent at all levels of government here. It's Florida. But to let that overshadow your basic, duty to the community is just appalling. There's a genocide happening right now. It is clear. There is no two sides to this. This is very clear cut, just as has happened in everywhere else genocide has happened. In, Rwanda, the Holocaust, we are seeing ethnic cleansing occurring right now. Just the same way that the Native Americans in the United States were ethnically cleansed through genocide, through violence, the Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed right now in Israel, and to not take a stand on that is to be on the wrong side of history. People are going to look at you in the future and think, why? Why were you silent on this? Why are you complicit? To be silent in a genocide is to endorse it. It is worse. It is worse than even supporting it outright. And Dr. Martin Luther King said, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And it's clear that if you don't care about the Palestinians in Palestine, then you don't care about the extermination of the Native Americans here. You don't care about the oppression of black people, especially under the hands of TPD. And
30 seconds.
All right, before I end, I just want to say also, it is embarrassing that the firefighters have had to make a poverty page to get y'all to give them a raise. It is embarrassing. There's money for developers, another $10 million for the police, but not for the firefighters, essential people. Firefighters get there to help people, and y'all are treating them like this. It is disgusting. I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Rafsa Khair. And the following speaker will be Cass Casanova.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Rafsa Khair. I will not be disclosing my address. I was here last month. It was my first time here, and I came here purely because I wanted to support Palestine. I'm here right now because you're not doing your jobs. I'm here to tell you, please do your jobs, that you sit here by your voters. They picked you for a reason, right? I am not even a citizen, and enough is enough. Enough is enough. $100 billion more going to Israel, what is that about? You can't pay your teachers, you can't pay your firefighters, you can't even fill the pit holes on the roads. How embarrassing is that? You are embarrassing. You need to be shameful. Woman sitting here, how are you feeling about thousands of miscarriages happening right now because of the constant bombing? How are you feeling about delivering babies without anesthesia, C-sectioning babies, because there is no hospital? How do you feel about that? Man, gentlemen, sitting on your comfy leather seats, beautiful chairs, right? You have so much power, right? You're cowards. You have no power. You cannot even speak up for yourself. Are you human? Do you have a heart? 10,000 people died. Out of how many of them were Hamas? 60 of them. 95% collateral damage. That's what you call it, collateral damage. If I died next week because I wear my hijab, am I gonna be collateral damage to you? I am a Tallahassee resident. Imagine a hate crime happen next week because you're not speaking up. Are you gonna call me necessary deaths? A hate crime, it just happens. Would you bomb a school here because there's a school shooting happening? Just to kill the shooter in the school? Would you? Thousands of school shootings happened in America. Why didn't you bomb any of those schools?
You have 30 seconds
Because
remaining.
you cared about your white people, didn't you? Huh, Zionists? Am I human enough for you? I can talk. I can read. I learned your language 5 years ago just to be talking to you right now. I don't even have to speak your language. I give you that privilege. I give you my time. It's what? 7 p.m.?
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes are up. Appreciate it. Our
I
next
don't
speaker,
appreciate
please.
you at all.
Next speaker is Cass Casanova.
It's getting late. I'm going to ask everybody, let's try to set the tone. We want to hear everybody and what they have to say, but let's keep it to a civil manner, please. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Cass. I won't be giving you my address. So I just wanted to read this because I know most of you have children and grandchildren, and I just want you to think about them while I read this. Yesterday, the children of Gaza held their own press conference outside of a hospital. And they said, since October 7th, we've been subjected to genocide, killing, displacement, and bombs falling on our head in front of the whole world. They are lying to the world, saying that they are targeting resistance fighters, but as children, we have escaped death more than once. We as children have escaped death more than once. We came to Al-Shifa Hospital as a safe place. We were surprised we were once again exposed to death after the occupation targeted this hospital. The occupation starves us. We have no water or food. We drink contaminated water. We came to shout as children, urging you to protect us. We want life. We want peace. We want a trial for the killers. We want medicine. We want food. We want life. All of y'all who have kids and families are going to go home and tuck them into bed and say goodnight to them and give them a little kiss on the forehead. I know about Diane Williams-Cox, she's been on her phone all night. I know the rest of y'all will see your families and tell them how much you love them. I checked all of your social media accounts, and not a single one of you, even the progressive commissioners, have even mentioned Israel or Palestine. Israel has announced that they're going to target ambulances because Hamas might be hiding in them. That's like if TPD again started bombing schools because there might be a shooter inside. I teach U.S. history, and in my class every year we ask our students, the U.S. government knew about the Holocaust years before joining World War II. Was that a mistake? And the answer is always a resounding yes. We should have joined that fight sooner against the Nazis, against the Holocaust, against genocide. How is it children have stronger morals and more bravery than our elected officials? We are giving in the state of Florida $300 million of our tax dollars every year to Israel and giving them material support for a ground invasion in Palestine. Yet you are refusing to even acknowledge that there's a genocide or even that there's a conflict going on. Y'all have not posted about it a single time. Yet you're posting that you're going to, go see Al Sharpton or whoever up in Atlanta, because I saw that in your posts. We're not asking you to demand, a ceasefire to go over there and stop Israel. We're just asking you to acknowledge that there is a conflict going on and that Palestinians are dying. And to just denounce the violence going on, and y'all are not even brave enough to do that? Shame on you. Shame on you. White House officials are resigning over this.
You're at 3 minutes.
Yet you can't even speak up?
Thank you very much. You're at 3 minutes. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tavish Bryan. Tavish Bryan, and then Katarina Davies.
Mr. Clerk, how many more speakers do we have?
Mayor, we've got, I'm going to say about 15. I'll give you an accurate count after this speaker.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Tavish Bryan, I will not be giving my address. It is clear from this council's silence that you all have ignored our demands. So I will gladly repeat what I repeated last time I was here. We demand the Tallahassee City Commission create a resolution demanding an end to U.S. aid to Israel and condemning the displacement and genocide of the Palestinians. We demand an end to any future aid, partnerships, or relationships with Israel and the city of Tallahassee. We demand an end to any training, cooperation, or investments between the Tallahassee Police Department and any Israeli policing entities or forces. Did y'all hear that this time? Did you? The council's silence on this issue is a grave display of indifference to the immeasurable suffering of the Palestinians. Once again, I will tell this council, Israel is an apartheid state, a modern, technologically advanced, settler colonial power with one true goal: to eradicate and exterminate Palestinians, remove them from their homes, and settle atop whatever graves they lay in their wake. But Palestine is not Zionist land. Palestine belongs to the Palestinians from the river to the sea. Zionists will tell you they are defending themselves, but such a claim can only be believed by those willfully ignorant of history. The first example of mass displacement of 750,000 Palestinians in 1948 marked the beginning of the realization of Israel's true goal. The occupation forces and armed settlers have only done their best to bring this goal to fruition since then, by way of mass incarceration, indiscriminate killings, relentless bombings, and all other forms of violence by this occupation.
You're at 30 seconds.
And as we witness thousands upon thousands of Palestinians forced to leave their homes yet again, what does this council have to say? Absolutely nothing. For this, you are all truly spineless cowards. Free Palestine. Ceasefire now. End U.S. aid to Israel.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Katarina Daniels. And then next will be Isaiah Taylor.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Katarina, and I won't be giving my address. So good evening. I'm here today with my fellow Floridians to demand a resolution to condemn the Israeli government's crimes against the Palestinian people. As a social work student, in my code of ethics, it asks that we engage in social and political action that seeks to ensure that all people have equal access to the resources, employment, services, and opportunities they require to meet basic human needs and to develop fully. And so that's what I'm doing here today. Throughout 75 years, we have seen Palestinians and their children be illegally robbed of their access to resources, employment, services, and opportunities that they need to develop. And then in the past 30 days, we have seen war crimes on war crimes using the tax dollars of American citizens who are in the majority calling for a ceasefire. I am also Ukrainian. I have family in Ukraine. I had my whole country make an address saying we support Ukrainians. I have baby sisters in Ukraine, and yet you guys can't give the same amount of empathy to these Palestinian people that you did to my people. And if you really look at the difference, it's because my people are white. I'm 21 years old. I should be enjoying my college years and hanging out with my friends, instead of in front of you pleading that you regard the life of a Palestinian the same as you regard an American citizen or Ukrainian citizen. Instead of seeing birthday posts and football game posts in the last 30 days, I've seen the most horrific scenes I've ever bared witness to. I've seen a baby the same age as my baby sisters with their head blown off by a bomb. I have seen a child whose legs were blown off and whose face was unrecognizable, and he was screaming, but the blood in his lungs and his mouth were muffling his screams. I have seen a child get surgery and get a limb amputated with no anesthesia because of the lack of resources in these hospitals. And yet I've seen the state of Florida be either deafeningly silent or be calling the representatives who speak out about this terrorist sympathizers. That is disgusting. I am disgusted. I am disgusted. And if people are afraid to speak about a country that isn't even our own, in fear of losing their jobs, their credibility, their stability, that is not a democracy, and that's not what America was founded on. And you are allowing it by staying silent. You aren't calling the actions out of your coworkers who are doing this. And and you haven't spoken out about the atrocities being committed against these children who, might I remind you, weren't even alive in the election of Hamas.
You're at 3 minutes.
Their blood is on your hands.
Your time is up. Thank you
Their
very
blood is
much.
on your hands.
Our next speaker, please.
Isaiah Taylor is the next speaker, and then Ahmad Daraldik.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Isaiah Taylor, Titusville, Florida, still visiting. So currently, as the tally stands, 10,000 people have been killed in Gaza due to the war between Israel and Hamas. Yet the IDF has not produced any terrorists that they have captured, nor have they rescued any hostages. Yet 10,000 people have been killed. What are they attempting to stop the next attack? I'm at a loss here. And yet the killing continues. And we have a governor that, and his entire Republican regime, since they want to act like dictators, we'll give them dictator language. They're a regime, they're not an administration. Unanimously agreed not to have a ceasefire, even for humanitarian needs. Some people would say this war is not a religious conflict. They may be true. I'm not Palestinian or Jewish, so I don't have a dog in the fight. But I know in America, in the American South, a lot of Republican politicians have used this for fundamentalist religious reasons. And some people would like to ask, why are more young people becoming atheists? 10,000 people being murdered. Even Benjamin Netanyahu himself referred to a biblical passage or story about the murder of Palestinians. I have never seen such depravity in my life. And I witnessed 9/11, not personally. I've never seen this. What are we going to do about this? Are we going to sit idly by and just pretend this isn't happening? Because we're seeing it all across television. We're seeing it everywhere on our feed.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I have a watch right here, thank you. So yeah, what are we going to do about it? Because this blood is on your hands. And there's more of us than there are of you. And we are not going anywhere. We will continue to raise our voice. Yeah. I finished before my 30 minutes were up. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ahmad Daraldik. And after this speaker, there are 13 others that I've counted.
Okay. Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
So my name is Ahmad Daraldik. I'm a Palestinian. And I think we all know why we're here today. But my question to you is, why do you think we're here today? Why? Does the commission have a response? Because I'm standing here because of genocide, and yet you're sitting there acting like cowards, even though we elected you to be leaders, to stand up for our community, and yet we see no response. We see complicity. We see you sitting there smirking and acting as if we're making this situation larger than it is, when the reality is there is no time left but to act. The people in Palestine, the people in Gaza have died. Not even just died because you want to make it seem like they died for no reason. They have been massacred, over 12,000 Palestinians, senselessly. Entire families wiped off of the registry, off of the face of the earth. There is no longer children or grandparents. Their entire family from oldest to youngest is gone. And you're sitting here across from me with your hands tied behind your back instead of standing up. That should be embarrassing. I'm embarrassed of my own city. I was born here, but I cannot even feel comfortable walking around anymore because of your inaction. The people in Gaza are screaming in agony because of a discriminate bombarding of the enclave by the apartheid government, by the apartheid state. We're demanding that you write a resolution to demand a ceasefire. Are we asking for something unreasonable? Are we telling you to do something beyond your capacity? We're asking you to end your complicity because you have blood on your hands. There is no question about it. And yet, no response. I do not know what to tell you beyond you need to act. You need to stop being cowards. You need to stop acting like this isn't something that's impacting you. Because 12,000 people have no voice, have no life, have nothing. Their houses, their schools, their mosques.
30 seconds remaining.
Every part of their existence taken away. Because of what? Because of money? Because they're Palestinian, there's plans to completely evacuate the Gaza Strip to make room for a new canal because they don't have control over the Suez Canal. There's continuous plans of more displacement, for more land and more genocide. When is enough enough? When will you actually stand up for the people of this community? Because I'm tired of your inaction.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but your time is still here and you need to stand up and do something.
We're going to listen to the next speaker, okay? Our next speaker, please.
Kyra Dinsmore. Next speaker is Kyra Dinsmore, and then Delilah Pierre.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kira, and I will not be giving out my address. We demand the Tallahassee City Commission create a resolution demanding the end to U.S. aid to Israel and condemning the displacement and genocide of Palestinians. We demand an end to any future aid, partnerships, or relationships with Israel and the City of Tallahassee. We demand an end to any training, cooperation, or investments between the Tallahassee Police Department and an end to Israeli policing entities or forces. It's insane that we have to try to make people care about 4,000 children dead. It's insane that we stand before you trying to make you, the City Commission, care about 10,000 people dead in Gaza. The death count was at least 7,000 last time I spoke to you on October 25th. Every single day you wait, the number raises by hundreds. The decision to use our tax dollars to fund a genocide while U.S. citizens are actively suffering from poverty is logic I can't even begin to fathom. The Israeli occupation started before my lifetime. How long will you choose to wait? How many more people will die before you listen? 10,000 people marching for Palestine at the Capitol isn't enough. 3,000 people blocking off roads isn't enough. Why are we politely asking to end a genocide? We shouldn't have to ask. We shall see it to it that the demands are met by any means necessary. I am tired of feeling complicit because you are supposed to represent us and continue to support an atrocious apartheid. End U.S. aid to Israel. Free Palestine.
Our next speaker, please.
Delilah Pierre, and then Mason Sapp.
Your name and address for the record, please. 3 minutes.
My name's Delilah Pierre. I will not be giving my address. I want everyone to stay with me. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We'll be having a summation of the event where we'll talk about what happens outside directly after the City Commission meeting. Please come and stand with us so we can talk about this. We can process our emotions, our feelings about our City Commission doing nothing to stand up against a genocide. When Jesus died, Pilate said he washed his hands of it. The Pharisees, which were the Jewish people who were responsible for Jesus' death, they were the ones who enabled Jesus to die. Their actions of complicitness, of standing silent while people are facing genocide, are the same actions y'all have, you goddamn Pharisees.
Please, your language, please.
I'm sorry, let me apologize for my language. I don't want to be threatening to you while a genocide is happening and 10,000 people die.
I'm asking you to work.
I am speaking and I have my 3 minutes. I'm asking you to.
We're going to be in a recess for 2 minutes. We're going to calm everything down. We'll be back in just a second. I'm asking everybody to please work with us so that everybody has the opportunity to speak. Let's try to keep it civil so that we can hear everyone. So if you'll please continue with your comments.
I'm going to take my full 3 minutes because you interrupted me, so I will be going
Please
for 3 minutes.
start over.
Thank
You
so
may
much.
have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now, as I was saying, when Jesus was killed by the Pharisees, what angers me is not the people that were evil, but the people who were complicit in bloodshed and violence, the people who allowed blood to stain their hands and stood by and did nothing while people are being attacked and killed. That's what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza. Civilians are being bombed. Refugee camps are being bombed. They bombed a cancer ward. Israel must be tried for their war crimes, for their crimes against humanity. It is the only just action that we can take as an international community. It is the only way that justice can come for them. I sit here and I wonder how, as human beings, as people who have any kind of moral center, you can stand here and watch the blood pile up. And honestly, I hope you see it. The blood trickling from your fountains. The blood when you wake up in your sink. The blood that the Gazans and Palestinians have to clean up. I hope your electricity turns off the way Palestinians' electricity turns off. I hope your child dies because they don't have access. Well, okay, I don't want to say that. Let me reapproach that. My apologies. My emotions fed me. But to say, I hope you understand what it's like for a child to die. For a child to die because a government is destroying their civilian population, starving them out, killing them out, trying to make it so that Palestinians don't have a home. Let me tell you something. The Palestinian Liberation Movement will win. I stand in unequivocal support of them, and the Tallahassee Community Action Committee stands in unequivocal support of them. Zionism does not represent Judaism. And I know I get really emotional. I know sometimes I say things that I shouldn't, or sometimes I feel powerful about things, but God, at least I feel something. Do you feel anything? Do you feel anything? Are you human? I want to call out all of you, especially John Daly, Diana Williams-Cox, Curtis Richardson. I know y'all don't feel anything. So let me talk to your cowardice, your fear. Think long-term instead of short-term. Not supporting Palestine in this moment, not supporting Palestinian liberation. It means in 10, 20 years, your careers are over, goodbye, gone. And I'll make sure of that, as long as I'm here in this city.
You're at 30 seconds.
Jeremy Matlow and Jack Porter. Think long-term. I have some faith in U.S. commissioners, but to be honest, to see your fear and the face of DeSantis, to see you not stand up and say anything about this, to see you shake people's hands behind their backs, but say nothing in public and not use your power, it disappoints me. To see how you haven't fought for queer and trans liberation, how we created legal language for queer and trans people, and you haven't said anything about it even though we've contacted you both. You won't stand for Palestinians, you won't stand for black people, you won't stand for anyone, and you will be tried for what you've done. You will face the consequences of it.
3 minutes are up. Our next speaker, please.
Mason Sapp.
Wow.
Mason Sapp, to be followed by Albert Martinez.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Mason Sapp. I am a Tallahassee resident. So I will say you've had people come up here and talk with their passion. You know, you've had people come up here, talk as parents. You've had people come up here, talk as students. And you have people coming up here talking as they're grieving currently. Even though the indifference of the city commission angers me so, I'm going to try to speak as neutrally as possible with you. I moved to Tallahassee in 2017. I served in the U.S. Army, and I decided to come here because I wanted to better myself. And better myself I have. I've watched this city change, and people grow, and people that have stayed here also have seen it change. But I have also lived here long enough to understand that local politics and local politicians will always remain neutral. That's just how it is. Doing things just enough to stay in their seat, but not enough to rock the boat. Those are the conditions you work under. I can say that's not very fair, but you know, that's the way it's going to be. So I am here as a resident. I am here as a member of the community. I am here as your neighbor. I come here to offer you suggestions that are contractually neutral. Something neutral that you can do and not rock the boat is demand a ceasefire. Calling an end to an unjust and inhumane killings of Palestinian people is not radical. It sounds radical right now, but it's actually not radical. It's just ethical. You're actually just talking, these are human beings that we're talking about. Having the courage to say, I oppose this genocide, and have the courage to say, murdering children is wrong, is not going to spoil your votes. Make Tallahassee a safe place. Make Tallahassee a sanctuary city for Palestinian peoples to come and feel like they actually are heard and they have a sense of community here. Because right now, from what I'm seeing right over here, they don't feel that way. There is nothing jarring about keeping civilians safe. And I don't really have much else to say, but I will leave with this. Understand that your neutrality is a luxury that other people in this room cannot afford. Free, free Palestine.
The next speaker, please.
Albert Martinez. Then the next speaker will be Callum Wurr.
Your name and address, please. You have 3 minutes.
Martinez, 1704 West Call Street. I read 2 articles today that were extremely shocking, extremely grieving to me, very sad. One was this Palestinian man who received a phone call from some Israeli military official, and they said, "We're going to bomb your house in 2 hours." That's not a lot of time. His entire family is there, all of his possessions, and he's given 2 hours to somehow take his family, what he can take, and leave. And then, the second article I heard was about some White House officials celebrating a massive victory where this massive victory being some humanitarian money going to Gaza, maybe 100 million, nothing compared to the billions and billions going to Israel. And I thought, this is your massive victory? Sending some money? This is how little you care? You guys are sharing yourselves? Can't even call a ceasefire? That's nothing. This has been done all throughout history. Maybe they're worried that the Israeli military would get bored of a ceasefire for a day. Give them a break. So, again, hearing what we're offering to and what we're trying to tell you to do, offer up a resolution condemning Israel, to stop Israel, U.S. aid to Israel, is not hard. This isn't very hard to do. Write it. Do it. Do something. Free Palestine.
Next speaker, please.
Callum Wurr, and then Tito Leeden.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Callum Weaver, and I will not be giving you my address today. I'm a 26-year-old truck driver, and I don't know you all from a hole in the ground. I'm just going to talk to you today. I wish that we could all be in community together. I wish that I could be in community with you all, and that you all would take on this fight with me, with us. Today, I ask that you join us in the fight for a liberated and free Palestine. Right now, you have the opportunity to stand on the right side of history and deviate from the imperialist, genocidal founders of this nation. I ask that you join the global community who is calling out and condemning Israel for its war crimes. A basic understanding of the history will show that the settler colony of Israel has been colonizing the native Palestinians through various means of ethnic cleansing since its inception in 1948. We will not forget your actions, or rather inaction, come re-election. Every day more people are breaking from the anti-Arab racist conditioning of the U.S. war propaganda machine. Every day we relate more to the people of Palestine and other Arab nations. I'm very confident that most of you sitting before me already agree that Israel is breaking international humanitarian laws, but you are too scared to speak up. I ask that you be brave and speak up. As Malcolm X once said, the Palestinian struggle is not just a cry for justice. It is a blistering battle for the most fundamental human rights that every living soul on this planet should inherit by birthright. Now I'll leave you all with a question. Can you see the people of Palestine? Can you see them? Can you see their faces, their joy, their smile, and their laughter? Can you see their pain and acknowledge their humanity? Can you learn their hearts, their dreams, and their love for life? And once you've done all that, can you bear witness to their suffering and still not act? We are here today demanding that Tallahassee City Commission create a resolution demanding an end to U.S. aid to Israel and condemning and displacing the genocide of Palestinians. We demand an end to any future aid, partnership, or relationships with Israel and the City of Tallahassee. We demand an end to any training, cooperation, or investments between Tallahassee Police Department and Israel policing entities
You're
or
at
forces.
20 seconds.
Just going to use the rest of this time to look you all in the face. I wish we could do this together. I would be there by your side. If you wanted to be brave, I would be there for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Tito Leeden, and then Kavya.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good day, my name's Tito Leeden, and I'm here with TCAC to demand that you condemn Israel. I'm a Bahamian, I'm a Haitian, I'm a Cuban, right? I'm the colonized, ratchet of the earth, right? There's been plenty times in history where they've called people like me like savages. They've called us terrorists. They've called every form of rebellion and just tried to scourge us from the earth. And I'm not asking you to condemn every part of the U.S., right? I'm not asking you to condemn all of the blood money that goes around and kills millions upon millions upon millions of people and makes people suffer every year. I'm just asking you to condemn Israel, right? You could do that sitting right in your comfortable chair. You could smile and you could smirk, right? You don't have to do a lot. You don't have to go in a plane. You don't have to fight. You don't have to be like the doctors. You don't have to be like the nurses. You don't have to be like the journalists. You don't have to put yourself in danger and die, right? You don't have to do a lot. You just have to go into Word, type it up, and post it. That's all you have to do. And I can't believe that you haven't done it yet. It's been weeks. It's been 10,000 lives. And you really can't do that? You really can't care about people that much? Like, you're looking me in my eye. And I know, I know you probably won't. And it's so wild, right? You know, I know you're tired. I know you want to go home. It's like 7:30 right now. You're probably hungry, right? But we're going to come every single time we can. And you're going to have to wait there every single time. You know? I heard how you sounded when they said that there's 15 people left. Oh, you were scared. You're like, oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm going to have to wait here for so long. Oh yeah, go. Laugh about them. I know. And you're going to get tired of it, and we're going to keep coming. And eventually, you're going to yield. And it's going to be a great day. Okay?
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kavya. Kavya. Then I believe the next speaker is Natalie.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kavya. I'm a Tallahassee resident. I want to thank TCAC for the organizing that they're doing today and also express my support for all of the speakers today, including those speaking about police accountability and oversight here. Most importantly, I want to talk about the issue that we all want to talk about. I think that there is an inclination when, or at least I had the inclination when I saw the organizing of this event, to think that the Tallahassee City Council has no clout or importance when it comes to the issue of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And I want to challenge that notion and ask all of you to use the power that we have given to you as constituents in the city of Tallahassee to join the growing community condemning the genocide in Palestine. You don't have to do much to make a lot of change here. I would point you to the resolution recently passed by the City Council in the city of Richmond, which lists the denigrations, I guess, that have been occurring in Palestine, and concludes, the city of Richmond takes seriously the entreaty of never again, and that the historical memory of the Holocaust means fighting ethnic cleansing and apartheid everywhere, and further resolves to combat anti-Semitism and ethno-nationalism in all its forms, and finally resolves to advocate for the dignity and safety of residents in every community, regardless of what crimes its leadership may commit, and that peaceful diplomacy is the only way to achieve this safety and dignity. So I would ask you again, that's the resolution recently passed by the city of Richmond that you could use as a template. I would further, again, request, as TCAC does, that you divest any funds from organizations that are supporting the militancy in Israel. As individuals, you are representatives and you see before you the constituency that will be growing and voting for some of you. And I would note the up and coming issues and the demographics before you, and hope that you would all be considering the growing community seeking social justice and equity in the Tallahassee community, and look, a few feet down the road and use your political clout to make sure that the people that you represent and the people who support you are supporting the same ethics and condemning the genocide in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Natalia, followed by Bina Batul.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I reside in the city of Tallahassee. I want to start off by reading Revelations chapter 3, verse 9. Listen, there is a group that belongs to Satan. They say they are Jews, but they are liars. They are not true Jews. I will make them come before you and bow at your feet. They will know that you are the people I have loved. I want to remind you, if you do believe in religion or God, that don't be afraid to speak up and do the right thing, because if you truly believe in God and have faith, then God will be on your side, and nothing that you do can be if you want to do something and you want to do it the right way and you're doing it with good intentions and you have God on your side, then anything that anybody here is saying is not valid. It doesn't matter. Remember that. Keep that in mind, because at the end, it's not what you did, what you will remember for your legacy. It's where you go when we transcend to be not on this earth, when we are our souls. And I ask that, me, I'm not Palestinian, I'm Puerto Rican, but I understand, this is personal to me. The Congo is personal to me, Sudan is personal to me, Cuba is personal to me, Hawaii is personal to me, all of this is personal to me. The issues that Native Americans face are personal to me, the issues that Black Americans face are personal to me, all of this is personal to me. I just ask that you show compassion for the people on this earth. And I'm not trying to be corny or anything, but we're on this earth to love each other and to take care of each other and be in community with each other. All of the money doesn't matter. All of the legacy doesn't matter. None of that matters. Like, think about what truly, genuinely matters when you make decisions. And I know it feels like, why do you guys care so much? We're just the city of Tallahassee. It's not that deep. But this is the capital. You're setting the precedent for other cities in Florida. And how great does it feel to be the first to do something and to be the first to do something the right way? It feels really nice. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Bina Batul, followed by Tavion Dorsey.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Bina Batul, and I will not be revealing my address today. I've come here as a concerned citizen, and I'm concerned about dual American citizens serving in foreign militaries, such as the IDF. Today, I wish to raise two important questions. First is that, is the Tallahassee Police and the City Commission ready to set up a debriefing center to register and vet Israeli American citizens who served in the IDF upon their return to Florida? As an American citizen, I'm concerned to buying a house in a neighborhood where my neighbor has served in the IDF, who may have committed war crimes during his or her stint as part of a reserve soldier with IDF. Given the excellent working relationship of the Tallahassee Police with the IDF, will the TPD officers pay a visit to IDF soldiers in Tallahassee and ask them direct questions like, did you hurt a child while serving with the IDF? Did you torture a child? Did you strip search a child? Did you rape a prisoner in detention? These are valid bureaucratic questions to ask. According to a Save the Children report published on 10th July 2023, before the October 7 attacks, and I quote, Palestinian children in the Israeli military detention system face physical and emotional abuse, with 4 out of 5, that is 86% of them being beaten, and 69% strip searched. Nearly half, that is 42%, are injured at the point of arrest by IDF forces, including gunshot wounds and broken bones. Some report violence of a sexual nature, and some are transferred to court or between detention centers in small cages, unquote. These are valid questions for American security officials to ask. If the US military can debrief and sentence US military officials charged with abuses in the Iraqi Abu Ghraib prison, why can't American security officials vet American servicemen working with the IDF and returning back home? According to UN Human Rights Watch Office of the High Commissioner's report published on October 23, 2023, from 2008, 14 years ago, until 6th October 2023, a day before the attacks, 1,434 Palestinian children were reportedly killed, with an additional 32,175 sustaining injuries, primarily at the hands of Israeli Defense Forces. 4,324 children have died until the statistics recorded 13 hours ago in Gaza.
30 seconds remaining.
In the last 4 weeks, the number has surpassed the annual number of children killed across the world conflicts. This leads to my final question. Does the US Constitution allow dual citizens to fight in a foreign war, not including the US? This isn't even a war, it's a genocide. For example, will you allow an Egyptian American to go and fight against Libya side by side with the Egyptians? Will you allow an Iranian American to go and fight against Iraq? Is the service of Israeli American citizens with IDF constitutionally allowed by the US? And if not, then what legal precedents does it say? Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, please.
Tavion Dorsey. Tavion Dorsey is the next speaker, and then Chloe Ilkus.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tavion Dorsey. I will not be giving my address. I am the Vice President of FSU Students for a Democratic Society, an organization at FSU that has put on multiple rallies and marches in support of Palestine. And it's not just here in Tallahassee. Over the weekend in Washington, D.C., this nation's capital, we saw the largest march in support of Palestinians in U.S. history. 300,000 Americans marching in the streets for a ceasefire, for human decency, for an end to Israel's genocide that the U.S. is funding. The people are leading this charge while our leaders sit on their hands. What are you doing? Again, We are one city in the state of Florida, but we are the capital. We can set a precedent. It may seem small to you. But a statement of support for Palestinians in this community makes all the difference. And not just a statement of support, but condemning the war crimes that Israel has been committing against Palestinians for over 75 years. These are TCAC's demands, which I am in full support of. We demand the Tallahassee City Commission create a resolution demanding an end to U.S. aid to Israel and condemning the displacement and genocide of Palestinians. We demand an end to any future aid, partnerships, or relationships with Israel and the City of Tallahassee. We demand an end to any training, cooperation, or investments between the Tallahassee Police Department and any Israeli policing entities or forces. I really don't think it's that hard. When 10,000 people are dead, when their lives are over, they will never feel the warmth of the sun again. Their family members will never see their smiles again. It is not that hard to write a resolution doing these bare minimum things. Not at all. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Over the past month, I have been saddened by the people in my life who have not said anything about this genocide, but I look at you with disgust. You have positions of power that you are wasting. Not saying anything to condemn Israel's crimes against Palestinians, not even just Palestine, against Arab nations across the world that they're committing genocide and colonialism in.
30 seconds remaining.
I don't have much else to say. We're going to keep coming back here. You will see my face again. And I will be reiterating the same demands that we've been saying for a while now. All I'll say is this. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker, please.
Chloe Ilkus.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Chloe, I'm a Tallahassee resident. You heard it before today. You're going to hear it again. We insist that the Tallahassee City Commission create a resolution demanding an end to U.S. aid to Israel and condemning the displacement and genocide of Palestinians. We demand an end to any future aid, partnerships, or relationships with Israel and the City of Tallahassee. We demand an end to any training, cooperation, or investments between the Tallahassee Police Department and any Israeli policing entities or forces. How hard is it? Genuinely, how hard is it to make a definitive statement against genocide? I'm a 22-year-old grad student in debt, and I'm taking time out of my day to come speak to you. You are people in positions of power who don't have the ability to say, hey, killing people is bad. Genocide is bad. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, how difficult is it? Are you not embarrassed with yourselves? Do you not think about this when you go to sleep at night? When you tuck your children in at night, knowing that 4,000 children in Palestine will not be tucked in ever again because they have been killed, they have been murdered by US taxpayer funds, by Florida taxpayer funds. Are you not embarrassed? I just want to ask each and every one of you, how do you go to sleep at night knowing that you're doing nothing in the face of genocide? When your grandchildren ask you, what did you do? What are you going to tell them? Are you going to tell them I did the bare minimum and I said, hey, killing people is bad? Or are you going to tell them that you did nothing, that you sat there and made the conscious choice to not make a definitive statement? Like, we can write one for you. Like, it's not hard. Literally. We elected you. The people of Tallahassee elected you. Tallahassee is not a very big city. The community has more sway than in larger cities here in your jobs, in whether or not you will have a job next election season. So my advice to you is to listen to the people of Tallahassee when we say, we will not stand for this. We will not stand for genocide. We will not let you be complacent in the face of mass death. My only request is that you think about this tonight. When you tuck your kids in, put them to bed, think about the children who won't wake up tomorrow. Think about the
You
parents
have 20 seconds remaining.
who won't tuck their children in because they have been killed. And they have been killed by US taxpayer dollars. And they have been killed by the American people's inaction, by your inaction. Just think about that.
The next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Madeline Luther. Madeline Luther, and then Thomas Spears.
Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have left?
This speaker and one more in chambers, and then we have one that I'll check and see if they connected virtually.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Madeline Luther, and I'm a Tallahassee resident, and I forgot my phone in my chair. But I just want to say that I stand in full support with TCAC, and I demand that you all make a statement in support of Palestinians and demand an end to U.S. aid to Israel and free Palestine.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Thomas Spears. Mayor, that's the last speaker I have a forum for, and the person who had signed up to speak virtually did not connect, so this is the last speaker.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Thomas. I will not be giving my address. I think y'all consider yourselves people of analysis and facts and numbers, so let's talk about some. In August of 1966, a poll was done by Pew Research, reputable, asking the general public what they thought of Dr. Martin Luther King. 63% of people were not favorable of him, and 44% were highly unfavorable of him. As of 2011, 94% are favorable of Dr. King. In 1996, another Pew poll found that 21% of people supported gay marriage. In 2022, that number is over 70%. Polling in 2003, also by Pew, found that 71% of people said invading Iraq was the right decision. And of course, that comes after weeks, if not months, if not a good couple of years of fear-mongering and propaganda based on what was clearly lies. Don't forget, millions of people marched against that invasion at that time as well. As of 2018, only 43% of people say invasion was the right decision, and 48% say there was the wrong decision. Imagine what those numbers are going to be like in 10 years and 20 years, even beyond that. Before the Civil War, the general public, which of course is a white public at that time, didn't support the full abolition of the enslaved black people, instead preferring some sort of like easing out over 5, 10, 20 years, something like that. Imagine saying that, even at that time, but especially now, that black Americans who were enslaved, who built this country while in chains, had to keep waiting in that bondage after 400 years. They had to keep waiting. Now, if you analyze all this polling and opinion, it would seem to conclude that people don't know what's right and what's wrong until way after the fact. People are influenceable, they make decisions with all the info, and 20 years later, they realize the mistake after the damage was done, after the lives were lost, and nothing can really be done to fix it. That conclusion would be mistaken because that analysis is based on not knowing what is right and what is wrong. Dr. King was fighting for, at least more, equality for black people during the time of Jim Crow. That's the right thing to do. LGBT people in 1992 and now are fighting for the benefits of marriage, the status of it. It's a basic right. That's the right thing to do. Everyone knew at that time and now that Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11.
You're at 30 seconds.
Invading was about oil. It was the wrong thing to invade Iraq. This analysis has to come from freedom, the concept of freedom for all people. That analysis leads you to believe, and leads you to know, Gaza is an open-air prison, and it's been under occupation for this long. What is happening right now is another step of genocide. At the very least, be in the future, and call for the ceasefire. At the very least, you can do that and represent the state of Florida when you do it. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
We have one additional speaker, Mayor, Renee.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Renee. Surprise. Sorry about that. I know that was very last minute of me, but here I am. I'm a Tallahassee citizen. I'm a person who lives in Tallahassee. I am an MSW student at FSU and a member of the Tallahassee Dream Defenders. The only way for us as Florida citizens and as U.S. citizens who are beneficiaries of the occupation of Israel, or of the occupation of Palestine in Israel, is to rectify our role in the murder of 10,000 dead Palestinian citizens and 4,000 of them being children, is by demanding an end to the U.S. aid to Israel. I just want to say it has been an atrocity, watching, reading, hearing about everything that's happened. All these murders, it's impossible as just like a human being to go throughout the day knowing that being complicit or even just being someone who lives in America, like I am, someone who's benefiting from this murder, this genocide. You guys are people in power. You can do something, you can say something, fight against this. We just don't want to see more people die. That at the end of the day, ceaseless murder, racism is kind of a big leading factor into this, framing Palestinians as terrorists, these just normal citizens who are going about their day-to-day life just because, they're brown and not offering these proper aid. I don't know. It's just been very horrible, and not seeing any action from local, our commissioners. It's sad. It's saddening. It's disheartening. We want to come together. We want to work hard as people, as communities, support each other. And a part of that grieving process is realizing and understanding that this death is heavy. These deaths are heavy. A ceasefire is necessary. And you saying something really, really matters to all of us. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely evening. Okay.
Our next speaker.
I don't have any other speakers, Mayor.
Okay, let's bring it in for a landing. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, I do want to thank everyone for coming out. I know that people have busy lives and you're taking time out of your day to talk about something that is really important. I want to say that, I do care. I denounce the violence. I support an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and the safe passage of substantial humanitarian aid to all who need it. I do feel that way. And I'm not afraid to say those things. And I don't think those things should be controversial either. And I hope that we can work together on supporting, on standing up for what we believe is right as a community, and supporting those who need it locally, who are members of those communities. This is not, I'm watching the news. I can only speak for myself. I condemn unequivocally Governor DeSantis's attacks on free speech on our campuses. The bloodshed is tragic. It's awful. All human life is precious. I stand with Palestinians, and I stand also with Israeli citizens who want what we all want. You don't have to clap for that, but I do stand for Israeli citizens who are also who are innocent. I don't think we can have a separate conversation if you want, but I don't want to be held accountable when Trump was president for what Trump was doing when I did not support that. I think all people deserve that dignity, deserve those human rights, deserve to and want what we all want, which is to exist and live in peace and with safety and with dignity. If those are things you want to work together on, I'm happy to come together and work on that. I apologize, Delilah, if I didn't get back to you on your email. That was not intentional. I'm happy to work on that with you as well. I want us to come together. I want us to find a way to condemn what I believe needs to be condemned and to support those who need to be supported. Thank you.
Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recognize this is probably not the most open, conducive forum to have an honest conversation about what's happening in the world, and it's just the nature of how these boards are set up. We've seen these issues weaponized in the Florida House. We've seen them weaponized in Washington, D.C., to where no matter which side you fall on a conflict, the attacks aren't fair. I think what is fair, and what we saw yesterday with Representative Angie Nixon, I think is a common sense position of how do we protect lives? How do we protect people? How do we get hostages released and have a ceasefire to stop the immediate violence? There'll be lots of disagreements of how we pick up and make sure we protect all lives going forward after that. But that, to me, is a reasonable position. And we hear a lot of positions that aren't from a place of reason. I'm not going to support violence against anybody. I'm not convinced the Tallahassee City Commission is going to be able to draft a resolution today or any day to really move the needle anywhere in this conversation. I think that's the nature of it. But I do think keeping a conversation going that's based in humanity, that's based in protecting innocent lives, is worthy of discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson. Mayor Pro Tem. I will continue to join everyone. By the way, thank you for your passion and for coming out. I know you don't think that we listen, but we do listen, and we do appreciate it. I will tell you, getting up and making direct threats against our children is not the right way to go, and I do appreciate the apology after that statement was made. But I also do join you in praying for peace, not only for this community, but for the state, the nation, and the world. With that, we are adjourned.